StarCraft, how are we doing today? Zun, how are you today?
I'm doing pretty good besides the lack of sleep I told you about earlier, but I'm super excited for this group. We agreed that this is going to be some great escapism for us both. We've got a really exciting group today. Julian, JD Conan, Dragon, and Artosis. Quite a hard group to call.
Dude, this is going to be a nuts group. I genuinely, as you said, it's tough to call. All four of these players should be in the round of 8, realistically. You look at them. These are 4 top players. In fact, let's take a look at it. Bonus and Dwell obviously making it out. Zero and Kamezerg making it out in a really good group, in Group D. And so when you compare these guys to them, it's like Julian, JD Conan, who's just on the meteoric rise these days. Dragon, who is obviously incredible. Artosis, always a top NA player. And really shows up in tournaments like these, too.
Yeah, and it also kind of goes Dragon's way because there's 2 Zergs in the group, and he's a bit of a Protoss versus Zerg specialist. So I think this could be a good group for him, but he did have a slightly lackluster performance in BSL recently, so it's hard to say for sure who's going to get out of this group, but definitely will have a lot of fans looking to Artie to play well today.
I will say, we watched that group because obviously, I will love watching StarCraft. We were watching it. He beat JD Conan 2-1.
Yeah,
which I think is really important for this group. Like when you think about it, I'm like, all right, in spot 2, right? It's like JD Conan versus Artosis making it out. Artosis is technically favored because he just beat JD Conan.
Right. There's going to be a bit of momentum behind Artosis for that reason. I'm sure he's going to be feeling pretty confident about that. But maybe JD Conan can get some revenge as well. I mean, if they both, say win their respective match 1s and 2s and ends up against each other, the winners match, or they both lose and face each other in the losers match, or even the final match, this is going to be super interesting. There's going to be a little bit of a grudge between them two, maybe, especially Conan wanting to reestablish himself. He's such a strong up-and-coming Zerg player, one of the youngest we've got, and very talented as well.
Yeah,
I think he can still
26.
give Artie a run for his money. Yeah, no, in StarCraft terms, that's young. Yeah, most of us are like, Artosis is what, in his 40s?
Yeah, he's coming on 50. Like, shoot. And it's like, it's wild to think because I'm 29 and I'm always like the youngin of like the Brood War group, right? And then it's like, nah, JD Conan's younger than me. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, Artosis is 42, I think. And yeah, some of these guys have got families, and that's one thing I love about StarCraft is you've got these guys that have like fully fledged in life. They've got families and all kinds of stuff going on, and they still have time to play this great game. And that's just a testament to how good of a scene and StarCraft is as a whole, especially when it comes down to the nitty-gritty community in the tournament setting. I think Artosis has talked a little bit about that, how that's one of his favorite things about StarCraft is like LAN events and any kind of tournaments. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. It's watching Artosis at an event. It's so different because he gets so into it. It's honestly like getting to meet him at an event is an honor. If you guys ever get to go to an event, he will go to all of them if he can. Go out there and meet him. He's a super cool dude. And just watching him lock in at a LAN is...
Well, he was doing that at a very young age, right? Like he was one of those OG gamers that was competing in the early days of WCG and showing up to all those LANs when he was a little sprout. And now it's like 20 plus years later and he's still competing. So you got to kind of take your hat off to him, man. Still kind of, making a name for himself in his 40s.
So I know that you don't use social media much because we just talked about it, but the Saudi Riyadh, I don't know what the technical title for what they're calling all of their esports stuff, but they have like an esports Hall of Fame, and they just inducted Tastosis into it for like lifelong achievements.
Nice.
So big shout out to both of them. That's honestly incredible to be recognized as they're the third person, like they're the third group in to like be into the Hall of Fame. And it's like,
I mean,
you can't think of esports without Tastosis, and obviously we have Artie here.
They've never been like really top players in the scene. I mean, Artosis in particular, he's been a pretty successful NA player, you could say. But even Day 9, Tasteless's brother was a lot better at Brood War back in the day. And it was kind of interesting seeing them show up to the events together. And that's how Tasteless even got into casting to begin with, because he was going to those events with Artosis and his brother to support him. and it actually ended up having to cast because they was like shorthanded and actually really enjoyed it and wanted to make a career out of it. And now the fact that they're in the Hall of Fame, yeah, you got to kind of give them commends for that.
Yeah. It's funny because every caster I know who's been doing it forever, right? Like all of the OGs and even like StarCraft, like Rotterdam, right? Like he's around since Warcraft 3, obviously not Brood War, but same era. And he's like, yeah,
Right.
the same way I got into casting is just, oh, we don't have anyone to cast, and you kind of know the game. Get on the desk. And there's just so many people I know just in general who got into casting like that. And
Yeah,
it's crazy
yeah.
what can come out of that.
Yeah, it's cool, man. They've gone on a really long journey. I think Tasteless has lost a little bit of his passion for the game, but I don't think Artosis has. Artosis has like been pretty diehard StarCraft. I mean, he lives, breathes, and sleeps this game.
Yes.
And that's one of the reasons what makes him such a good caster is he can really dial into the scene and how this game operates.
It's the passion. You really can't substitute passion for anything.
No. I've had some people criticize me saying like, oh, you're only a good caster because your passion disguises your like lack of knowledge. But I take that as a compliment. It just means I'm passionate about the game, right?
Yeah. And it's I don't know. It's the passion is just always going to be there. And I think it's awesome. But you know what else is here?
What's that?
Game number 1 of Artosis versus Julian. Let's watch it.
Let's get it. Spawning in the top right, the Yellow Terran, the man, Dan himself, Artosis. In the bottom left, the Red Zerg, Julian. Maps Eclipse. Oh wait, yeah, is it?
Yeah,
it is.
Everyone's favorite 2-player map. Right?
Well, yeah. Artosis has had some history with this map, but more so in versus Protoss, so I don't think that'll affect him too much. The one thing is that this is a great mech map, and Artie doesn't like playing mech, so he won't be probably exploiting that at all.
Yeah, I have died to mech on this map too many times. But to be fair, I have died to mech too many times.
Yeah, it's just going to be a wall in from Artosis here. No forward barracks or anything. Let's see what Julian's got cooking up for him. He can be a bit of a spicy Zerg.
Yeah, I think the best of one is where Julian thrives. Like, 100%. This is his bread and butter. This is, I'm going to do something a little bit crazy here. I mean, an overpull's not too crazy, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, he saw that Artosis, wasn't too shy in BSL going for those forward racks plays and TVZ, and he's maybe wanting to hedge his bets against something like that, make sure, BBS or an 8 racks can't really do any damage here. But this will kind of work in RT's favor. An early pull like this against a wall in, it's not really going to go the Zerg's way most of the time.
No, he should be fine here. He'll drop down the second depot, 2 or 3 Marines behind it with a couple of SCVs to body block, and you're set for life.
Yeah. Going to be a quick hatchery follow-up, as well as a drone scout, it seems, from Julian. Artosis also sending out an SCV scout. Julian's kind of got his overlords relatively close to the center in case there was a forward rack. He could float that over the water and keep it safe. But it also means if it was a 10 racks, it'd be slightly susceptible, or even like a wall in 8 racks. He could maybe kill that overlord before it got into the position behind his natural, but with the more standard racks timing here from Artosis, he should be safe with that overlord.
Yeah, this is setting up for a solid... We're going to go right into the mid-game, I think, from here. Like, the early pull isn't going to get anything done. We'll get a scout here, but we should be setting up for, your average mid-game. Artie's going to get his group of... Well, all right, let me rephrase. Artie's setting up for the average mid-game. Julian, you never know.
Yeah, Artosis actually forced to take his gas a little bit ahead of schedule. You see that because he thought there was going to be a gas steal from Julian, which would be a little bit annoying.
He does them all the time.
Yeah. And that does hurt RT's economy a little bit because it means he can't start this command center or anything.
Yeah.
So it does kind of hiccup his timings a bit.
And that's why Julian does it, right? It's just off meta enough, right, that it works sometimes, and it throws your build up a little bit, especially against Artie. But go on.
Yeah, I think more importantly, it forces RT to play just a tiny bit off-road, and most Terran players rely on staying on the railroad tracks to navigate their timings and execution. It's much harder to freestyle if you're a little bit offbeat, and he's maybe hoping to make it harder for RT to optimize going forward. He's taken a very quick on-base third hatchery, by the way. That's a little bit on the greedy side.
Yeah.
Maybe anticipating RT's not going to be going for an early 2-racks pressure play here.
It definitely, Julian's banking on the fact that Artie likes to sit back and, you know, macro up, especially at this point where he sees the wall. It's not like an 8 racks or something.
Yeah, he sees the racks not even blinking because he's trying to optimize for minerals to throw the second racks down. Lings are checking the natural right now. They're actually getting in a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah, Marine's going to pop out in a precarious situation. He's got to turn these Marines back, and he can actually disrupt the building of that command center potential. If he gets the depot, that's kind of insane. Artie's supply blocked right now. Marine's exposed, but he doesn't go for it. Just going to pull these Marines back. He's kind of defending by attacking right now, making sure there's no attack pressure coming his way, so he doesn't have to make any additional lings. Kind of being annoying with this.
Yeah, this is beautiful.
Well, he gets a couple more Marines as well. That's pretty huge. Like, it's not ideal, but it's actually good compensation for losing the lings.
Yeah, and he's just going to make more links. The layer's coming on up here, but Julian's the kind of guy who will just go straight to Hive to get adrenaline. Like, he doesn't care. He's like, mutas, who cares about mutas? I want to play with lings and such.
Well, this is essentially a 3 hatchery build, so his muta timings will be quite slow relative to Artosis, but because of the disruption with the potential gas steal and what have you, and now killing the depot like this, it is going to disrupt Artosis having an optimized mid game against Julian. I like this SCV scout from Artosis, though. He needs to identify more things going on. Oh, he can just pounce on top of these Marines. Medic does come out. Beautiful SCV block from Artosis. He's going to lose his Marine still, but it was a nice effort. The Medic will help the SCVs clear up the lings at least, but still a big win for Julian killing that bio.
Yeah, it's, yeah. Hydrogen goes down.
Okay.
But that was... The medic goes over and heals all the SCVs, so all the Marines just die. And now Artie is reset again.
Yeah, the medics have low energy now as well, so his next timing will not be as strong. Like, one of the medics is only on like 2500. It shouldn't matter too much because he's going to have to wait a while for those Marines to build up anyway. Is that a Spire in the top left there behind the minerals? I think it is. Yeah. So he's going to kind of cross-tech a little bit here.
Artie definitely did not see that.
That's interesting. Because he's going to maybe make this look like it's a free hatch lurker play, but then maybe have a muta switch potential and like throw Artie off.
Yeah, this is very interesting. I'm curious to see what he actually goes for in the end.
Yeah, don't get this Overlord at least. That's not too bad. Denies a bit of vision. Temporary supply block. Julian. You got a big raid right there from Oya.
Oh yeah, how you doing? Thank you.
Big shout out to that Swedish guy. I remember playing you back in the day on Fighting Spirit. Hope you're doing well.
That's so many Swedish people in the scene.
Min svenska inte bra.
Yes, we have discovered that your Swedish is better than mine, so...
I was saying my Swedish is bad in Swedish, but yeah. For someone with a Swedish girlfriend, you don't know a lot of Swedish.
No, I was doing Duolingo. I had like a 200 something day streak, and then CS LAN happened, and I totally fell off because, God, it's hard to do a LAN and do your Duolingo.
Yeah, fair enough.
I just haven't gotten back to it since. And she's like, so when do you get back to it? I'm like, someday, I'm sure.
I feel like you have to pick up languages as like at a young age when your brain's like a sponge. If you try it later on in life, it does not go well.
Yeah, beautiful scan here.
Yeah.
But I can barely speak English, and I've been speaking that my whole life. So like, shoot, but Swedish is just unfair.
The scan is beautiful, like you say, though, because the muta's just hatched, which means he'll barely get these turrets on in time now. And he wouldn't have made them had he not spotted those mutas. He was pretty sure that it was a potential 3-hatch lurker play. So now he has a chance of defending against this.
And it's just the perfect timing, too, right? Because you scan him just as you pop in the turrets, take exactly about that long to build. So it worked out just right.
Yeah, needs to be careful not to bleed too much of this Bioforce. His Marines are coming back to save the day. Already lost a few of those. This turret on the barracks is technically exposed, but right now we only have like 5 mutas in the pack, so he's not going to waste HP. You kind of have to treat your HP on your mutas like a resource and not waste too much of it in these situations, especially if he doesn't intend on making too many more. I imagine he'll only add on like 1 or 2 more mutas and then transition, so he doesn't want to waste those at all.
Yeah. That's what it's looking like here. It's just, oh, chat thinks your Swedish is good. But yeah, it's see, he has the machine shop and everything. He was ready for the lurkers, which is good because there are still lurkers, but at the same time you can get away with doing SK Terran in this position with how few lurkers there are.
Well, I think Julian's going to get away with the 3-base setup pretty much uncontested, but he's trying to be greedy and take this double gas expansion in the top left. Artosis is going to have to identify that and make a play to shut it down, because it's one thing letting Zerg have these 3 bases, but if you let them get 5 gases off of 4 bases this early on, that's not a tenable situation to play from. So yeah, hopefully RT can do some good scouting and figure this out.
We did lose a meter there to the turrets, but yeah, I don't know if he's ever gonna show up here. Like, I don't think. All right. So on the one hand, it's Julian, right? And you should absolutely be checking every corner of the map at every moment because this man. But at the same time, it's such a crazy game that he doesn't like. Well, okay, I want to say he hasn't really had a chance to sneak anything out, but he pushes out here with the Marines to get an SCV out to check for something like this.
Oh, wow, man. Look at this SCV scout. It's so huge from RT. He's reading the soul of Julian right now, and this is exactly what he needs to make sure this game can still go his way. Now he's going to have a much better read on the game state. He's going to see, okay, I can pretty much do... Yeah, he sees the greatest flyer with the scan. Artosis is on point right now with his scouting. This is really good.
If there was ever a game to win, it's this one for Artie. Like, it's been rough from the start. But I think scanning that, finding the top left, things like that are what's really going to set him up to, like, if there's ever a game to win, you know?
Yeah, I'm wondering if these Guardians are intended to be defensive or offensive, because you can use Guardians to shut down a tank push, which is what Artosis is going for. He's going for that fantasy-style build with the 1 tank, 1 starport, which also means he hasn't got many options in, like, producing air units like Wraiths or what have you to shut down Guardians, so he's going to have to go now. I wonder, though, with these mutas on the other side of the map, he's not going to be able to morph Guardians to defend against this. So Artosis has a pretty strong timing here, potentially.
Oh, he's just going to run the Marines into the Lurkers, which is a little wasteful here when we have the tanks, but it'll work. Oh!
That's a shame. He's going to split those Lurkers up a little bit, make sure they don't take too much splash, and get them away from the siege tank firing range. And does take you a little bit of the defilers are out. I don't think Consumer's just yet done. It's probably got like a good 10-20 seconds, but I don't think Artosis is going to chew through that defensive line before it finishes. So it's looking like it'll be a hold, but Artosis wants to break prematurely. There's the Consume, though. He's going to shut this down. The big Cheeto dust cloud. He tries to run by the minerals. This is so ballsy from Artie. It rarely goes well for the Terran, but I don't necessarily hate it either.
It's kind of working here.
Yeah, for a time. For a time, it's going to work. It's a shame he can't snipe that Defiler that just consumed as well.
Yeah.
Tony, that vessel didn't get irradiated.
All right. 2 Darkstorms go down. We've killed the gas. We've denied a lot of mining from this base. Honestly, at the end of the day, that's about the best you could hope for getting Marines behind the mineral line in that scenario.
I don't mind that play as long as Artosis was kind of like hatching a plan to like send all these rallied forces towards the top left while that was all going on. If he could like knock out the 4th base just afterwards, that'd be great. I think he's morphing Guardians at the 3 o'clock. Yeah.
Yes. We do have a single Wraith ready at home. So did he move? He took the Lurker out of here. Obviously, there's still the Nidus.
Yeah.
But if Julian's going to push out here a little bit, he's got nothing like ready.
Yeah, he's got nothing next to the Nidus, so Artie can like dive in there, snipe the Nidus, and kill the base pretty easily.
Yeah. Where the race going, bro?
Just chilling, you know, going out on a little bit of a cruise.
Bing chilling.
Okay, so Julian knows this is here. He's running his units back to the Nidus. Artosis is going to dive in. I don't agree with targeting the Sunken first. He should have tried to kill that Nidus a lot sooner. Now it's going to be hard to shut this base down.
Oh. Oh, that one lurker with 11 HP.
Oof. Yeah, this is not going Artie's way, man. He really needed to kill this base. I mean, he's going to have the Wraiths to counter the Guardians, so that's good, but the Zerg's on 5 gas right now. Oh, and this is going to get pretty crazy soon if Artie doesn't get his own expansion online and kill this. You see why Firebats are so good under Darkstorm against small isolated pockets of lurkers. I'm glad that Artie's mixing them in, but not being able to shut down this Nidus in the top left is death for Artie right now. Yeah, if you don't kill that Nidus, even your follow-up attack is likely to fail.
Oh, we have so many medics and so few Marines now.
Yeah, it's a shame because, I mean, the timing of Artie's third is a little bit behind schedule to keep up with the pace that the Zerg is going to be on. He's actually eclipsed Artie in supply ever so slightly.
Yeah,
and,
that's a bad sign.
Yeah, he's made 2 additional starports, though. So he's now got 3 starports to produce out of. Might be able to allow him to get a very strong air fleet of vessels in the air. He needs to like churn out crazy amounts of radiates. And if he does get this third base online, you know, he could go into battle cruisers, but he's kind of behind schedule to make all of that work. He kind of needs to find tactical utilization of utility from a massive fleet of vessels to be okay here. And we've already got ultras out. This is not looking ideal.
Yeah. This is not... He's going to try and break the third here. The Sunkens are a bit far back, so you can get your bio ball up here. But there's
I don't think he's going up there. Nah, he's not going up there, man. That's just a death trap.
Hey, man, never trust a Terran player to make the right decision.
I mean, he does need to break this base in the top left, but that first attack should have killed the Nidus. Oh, and the beautiful plague as well.
Ooh.
A lot of chili sauce on those Marines, making them all the more tasty to gobble up later. And now we see a little bit of confidence in Julian to try and poke out here with some forces, but they do get shut down with a trio of irradiates.
No.
Medic!
Irradiate betrayal.
That's a funny way to go. Well, Artosis has good macro, generally speaking, but just having good macro will not be enough to carry you. Yeah, I mean, the Wraiths are going to be a little bit annoying here. There's no overlord speed as well, so maybe you can get some good snipes on those. Really, he needs to maybe think about... Ooh, that's a funny Blake. He's going to clear it up with, hopefully, some Scourge as well, following up on that. But I'm worried for Artosis because really he needs to double expand, and he's just sitting on 3 bases. Like, when you allow Zerg to get this much gas, if you don't double expand, you're just going to fall behind the economic curve of the game, and there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
There's only so much you can do at this point, unless you start... Because like, at this point, you can't even just rely on denying Zerg. They just have too much. Like, what are you going to do? Deny another 10 Ultras from appearing? No, not until you kill bases.
I mean, I don't think he has 10 Irradiates even. So this is not looking ideal. He should be able to stop additional bases sprouting out in the bottom right. But how would you combat these Ultralists? He's just picked off 2 of those precious vessels before any of their energy was used. His army's a little bit out of position. He's having a hard time mustering that force into a large standing army to combat this. He could block with the medics a little bit here, but he hasn't got that many of them. Irradiate will also be acting as a double-edged sword, giving AoE cleave damage to those Ultras. We finally see some of those cattle bruisers in the sky providing ground support. There's going to be like a little bit of a repeat of that Terran cinematic with the guys in the trench asking, where's the air support? And they just take off because what are they going to do at this point?
We got a little lost squad over here holding their own. But yeah, the third base is absolutely doomed. All the SCVs there are doomed.
Yeah, this is really brutal for Artosis. He just can't break through any of those defensive lines
Yeah.
of Julian. Now he's lost mining at his third. He's just now about to be mined out in his main and natural in like literally a moment here. So losing access to the third base at this junction will be crippling to his overall production capability.
You know, and this concerns me a lot because the mentality, right? He had everything for a moment. He knew where the bases were. He saw the Greater Spire. He had everything, and it would still end up here, you know?
Yeah, well, this is the funny thing about Terran, especially against Zerg. It's a very timing attack orientated race, and this is especially a timing attack orientated matchup. And he did technically hit his timings. He had a moment where he could have pressured the natural just before Consume was ready, but he was like 5-10 seconds too slow. And those early game factors with like the potential gas steal slowing down his build order in his command center and the natural and things like that, it all stacks up and really reduces your punching power as Terran. It's kind of funny these SCVs being used as linebackers to try and herd these cows, but I don't know, man. These cows have got rabies or something because they're just on a rampage right now. I don't think they're going to be stopped without taking crippling damage in the process.
So I grew up in farm country, right? And I can tell you one thing for sure. You're not moving a cow unless that cow wants to move. Like, that's about how it is. And it's the same thing with these ultras. You are
unless
not
they're sleeping and you can tip them, right?
It's true.
They sleep standing up and you can like tip them. Yeah.
Yes, you can tip cows. But like, I remember one time, like my grandma was driving, and there was just a cow staying in the middle of the road, and it was a 30-minute endeavor to try and get it off the road.
Oh man, I mean, this is gonna be like an infested command center as well. Oh, he's gonna make infested Terrans in the main base.
Give it to us.
Oh my god,
it's what the people demand.
He's got a couple Marines being a little bit annoying, sleeping behind the mineral line, that top left base. But we got an infested command center. I'm happy. Oh, Yamato, one of the fighters. And there it is, the first infested Terran.
Come on.
Being built. Can he actually do something? It's so rare.
DC too.
He's like, I'm not letting this happen. I'm going to camp this.
We got to know. We got to know if it pops out and if it actually hits anything.
I mean, they got 500 damage with that suicide ability, but it's so hard to actually get them to do anything useful.
I killed an SCV! Let's go! All right. Yeah.
GG. Wow.
Artosis.
What an interesting game one.
Good guy Artosis getting turned into content for me.
Bit of a shake of the head there from Marty, but he's still not out of it. He's going to be going down to the losers match in a best of 3 format now from then on as well. So we'll have a lot more of a fighting chance with multiple games being played. Hopefully he can avoid disaster.
Yes, that with a series, and like I said, a best of 1 is absolutely the strongest format for Julian, right?
Yeah.
And I
sure.
think he absolutely just showed that off. Because, like, nothing, he didn't do anything too standard. He didn't do anything too, like, you know? Like, it was a very best of 1. Like, if you ran into that in the ladder, you'd be like, yeah, of course I did, you know?
Yeah, plus that's just not a good map for Artosis' style, generally speaking. Like, he's such a straight and narrow Terran way of thinking. Like, he just wants to go straight SK Terran most games, or maybe a bit of fantasy build it variation, but not much. And that's the problem, is that on maps like Eclipse, you kind of have to be a more well-rounded Terran that's like capable of sometimes pulling out a mech build or something. Usually Zerg will get the better of you on this map if you're not careful.
Yeah, that's yeah, that's about it. You're right. I got nothing else. It's really how it is. This is just how the map plays, and everyone knows it, and how you play around it is up to you, really.
Yeah, we had two potential timings. He had the pre-swarm timing and the sunken bust, but Julian was smart. He had lurkers out in front to sandbag that and force some early trades. And then RT wasn't successful in killing that Nidus in the top left. If he just ignored going for the sunken and dove on that Nidus, even if Julian held the initial attack, the follow-up attack would have been way more successful, since you can't just cycle units through that Nidus canal anymore.
Yeah. No, yeah. If you snipe that Nidus canal, it's a very different game, because nothing comes out there. There's a couple of sunkens that you burn through really quickly, and that base is just dead.
Yeah, yeah. But we'll see. Maybe we'll see more great games from Artosis. He did play really good in the BSL last weekend, and he definitely is more suited to a best of 3 format. But that
Yes.
means we've got Dragon versus JD Conan coming up next. That's going to be a really interesting match. JD Conan, we've talked about it. He's this young gun up and comer Zerg who's improved so much over the last year or two. He takes the game super seriously and loves to train. And Dragon, a Protoss versus Zerg specialist. So I imagine this game is going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah. This is a good clash of old and new, right? Dragon's been around for how long? You know, JD
a
Conan's
long
the up and
time
coming.
now. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, old school versus new school.
And I love when you have matches like that where it's like, all right, this is not like the old guard versus new guard, but kinda, you know, where it's all right. This guy's been around forever, and he's got these old play styles. And you have this up and coming guy who's just playing a crazy game, and he's just crazy good, you know.
Yeah, yeah. But one of the things that makes Dragon good in this matchup in particular is because back in the day, he used to have some like Protoss students, and he would off-race Zerg against them. So he played a lot of ZVP, which, as you know, kind of helps you understand the matchup from both angles. So you kind of have a more in-depth knowledge to work from. So that's one of the reasons why he's been so successful in PvZ, I would say.
Oh, yes, that's absolutely fair. If you're doing that, that's going to help you so much. The ability to understand both sides of a matchup.
Yeah.
And I think,
you know, there's like little niche timings where like a Zerg is at its weakest when it's droning and things like that. You get to like really dial into when to punish Zerg and how to.
Yeah, it's easy to know that Zerg will be droning at like X to Y minute, but it's a lot harder. It's a lot better when you understand like, oh, you know, maybe they're doing this or that around it, and instead of just punching this, you can do that, you know.
Yeah, they understand it on a more dynamic level rather than do this at this time, and they can adjust with a more freestyle approach to the game, which is really good for tournament setting.
Yes.
It's one thing following a build order and hitting your attack timings, but it's another being able to freestyle and adapt on the fly. It's so important. Both players are ready, though, so I think we're going to be jumping into it again on Eclipse. This time around, JD Conan versus Dragon. Let's get it. And spawning in the top right, the blue Protoss, the old school player Dragon. And the new up and coming whiz kid in the bottom left, JD Conan.
I'm excited for this match. I think these two genuinely play good against each other, like in terms of like how they play. So I'm very excited to see how it actually comes out in game.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those on paper versus in reality. It's like on paper, I'm very excited for this, and I'm very curious to see how it actually plays out.
Yeah, and
did they
1v1. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I was gonna say, did they play last time in BSL last week?
Maybe. My mind's been in different places recently, so I can't say for sure. I want to say yes. Actually, I think yes.
Yeah, I feel like they did. I don't remember. I don't know. Either way, that was a series. This is a best of one.
Yeah, and it's a 1v1 map, so a lot more metagame potential here. But no early. Okay, there's the overpull. I was going to say he hasn't done like a 9 pull or something. No. I doubt we'll see a Nexus first, so it makes sense not to go for a 9 pull. I like overpull a lot. I think it's one of the best build orders you can do against Protoss. It's just super safe. It's not going to be bad against anything besides a Nexus first.
Dragon, what are you doing, bud?
He's actually going Nexus first.
He's
maybe
going to 12 next.
Well, no, not necessarily. This could be a 13 Forge as well.
I feel like such a late Forge against like an overpull feels a little greedy to me.
It's cross map though. You have to understand that there's like a few extra seconds of the rush distances, but basically the standard Forge timings, you can do like a cannon rushy Forge at like say 11 supply. The standard timing is 12.5. That'll protect you against any kind of like 6-ling overpull shenanigans.
Okay.
And you can even make as late as Forge as 13 supply depending on the map. On this map, 12.5 makes about as much sense as is necessary to not die here, so we should be fine.
Interesting.
He's doing the
Yeah, the new
The
wall.
modern take. Yeah, the modern take on the wall where you build cannons above and below your forge like this to protect it from being sniped so easily against the fake Hydra busts and what have you.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Alright,
He's seen
cannon's
6
coming up.
slings, so he has to make a second cannon here. So he'll get a return on the investment of these Zerglings as well, forcing the cannon before Gateway.
Yeah, because I mean, 6 slings is 150 minerals, so if you force that out in cannon, then it's a break even at minimum. But your lings are more useful as the game goes on.
It's not quite a linear compensation because you also have to account for limited lava and the lack of making drones as a result. So
True.
It doesn't quite work out to be even, but it still gives you compensation to not make you just brutally behind either.
Alright, and at the end of it, it all kind of balances out. Everyone's played a game like this at least once, you know?
Yeah. And the fact that, you know, Dragon wasn't able to slow down these hatcheries going down, it's a pretty big deal. So
Yeah.
JD Conan can feel pretty comfortable with this setup right now. Let's see if he wants to start his lair. Okay, I don't know if he made that lair at the 3rd or if he's made speed.
Yes.
Okay, it was at the 3rd, yeah.
I like that. I mean, to be fair, as a certified Zerg operator, I like anything where you mess with Protos's brain.
Yes, you want to make them kind of doubt, did he make speed first or lair first? And, you know, makes them a little bit less confident coming out with their Zealot timings as a result.
Yeah, something that you can think, like, if you play the game, but you're, like, you know, at the more community level of me and such, is that, like, sometimes you'll think, oh, maybe they're just late on something. But at this level, no, you're never late. Like,
and it's huge.
Yeah, you know that gas was spent. So the question is, where?
And he killed the probe scout critically. So this is really great for JD Conan. StarCraft's like an information warfare style game, so that's why it's a bit more like poker than StarCraft, because you know, you like chess, you see the whole board, whereas in poker you can't see their whole cards. So it has some similarities with that in the range of play. Now Dragon has to respect the possibility that this could be a Ling flood, for example. You could have like way more Lings of speed just about to finish up, so he can't move out there with like say 2 or 3 Zealots. He's gonna have to stay in his wall maybe to as many as 5 Zealots before he moves out. And now he's in the dark, so now he doesn't know, is this going to be a cross-tech Hydra bust that could have, you know, been a hidden den somewhere? There could still be a spire, but he doesn't know for sure any of these things. Without suiciding Zealots and Corsairs, you don't really know for sure.
Yeah, and that's why no matter what your opponent's going for, that first Corsair is critical to get. Because you really just need to know. Because your first Corsair should pop out and get info as a 973 is hitting, which is, from what Dragon scouted, it very much still could be.
Yeah,
and that's why.
But he saw no lair, right? So he could have made the den at the 3rd or something, and this could be a Hydra bust still. So yeah, he has no idea what's going on.
There was only like 5 or 6 drones here at the natural, so you go, okay, no, he's building up to 7. We gotta get ready, and that's what the first Corsair is about to go find.
Yeah, that's why this build is like you say, like the staple of most Protoss players. It's just so important. So like have the advantage in the information game. Unless you have perfect scout with your probe and initial Zealot, you kind of have to sit back and hedge your bets a bit. Yeah. Technically, Protoss has an advantage with perfect scouting because they can then metagame what the Zerg is doing, but it's so rare you get that perfect scouting.
Yeah, any good Zerg finds a way to deny the scouting. Either you block the ramp at minimum, or you get the probe if you're really lucky. You just, as long as you can deny that scouting, you're in a really good spot.
And this Corsair doesn't fully prepare you for what you're up against. It tells you if it's going to be a Hydra bust or not, but you don't know what the next phase of the game is going to be. Like, you kind of have to suicide a Corsair to know, is this going to be like an Ogre Zerg gamer mode where he goes like 10 mutas and Scourge? Or is he then going to go into like normal, like 5-6 hatch Hydra? You still don't know for sure. This could be a pre-storm Hydra bust.
Dragon respects it, though. We throw out the second Stargate. I feel like...
Yeah.
I mean, it's been pretty popular meta to Ogres or gamer, right, with the pros?
Reasonably. I mean, Zergs have been a lot more aggressive with, say, wanting to snipe High Templars with mutas as well. So having any kind of air superiority is definitely a boon for Protoss, but he doesn't still know exactly what this is going to be. And there's no reason why JD Conan can't just make a bunch of Hydras. Like, this could be just be like 5 mutas to map control.
Yeah.
And then he goes into mass Hydra production. He never took a 3rd gas, so this could still just be a bit of a pressure play.
Yeah. The other thing too is that 5 mutas do snipe Templar in 2 hits and probes in 2 hits. So it's really like the optimal number if you want to get some damage done, you want them to have some utility, but you don't really need to commit to them. That is the perfect number, and it looks like it's probably going to be a Hydra follow-up. We should have.
I would say so. This looks like 6-hatch Hydra to me. I mean, if he took the 3rd gas, then it would be Ogre Zerg, but with just the 2nd gas, it has to be Hydras, I would say.
Yeah. But I mean, it worked. We've baited out 2 Stargate. Yeah. We're up to 8 Corsairs. The biggest issue with this is that 8 Corsairs with presumably +1, they will delete your Overlords.
Yes, and that's what the Zealot's air timing's all about, you know, distracting on the ground, forcing the Hydras to shoot at those while the Overlords get eviscerated. You can also squeeze out a DT so that once you've cleared out the Overlords, the DT can reign supreme. Seems like it's just going to be a traditional Zealot's air timing, but there's not that many Hydras here. There's no reason he can't come in with these Zealots and punish this. Looks like he's opting to rotate around to the natural now, but a pretty good Sim City has now been made by JD Conan, building that evolution chamber to block this off, and does kill a Corsair with a Scourge. So far so good for the Zerg.
Ooh, another one takes a lot of hull damage here. And second
I think this is the better base to hit.
Yeah, but he second guessed on it, which allowed a bit more Hydra to pop.
I disagree with that second guessing. I feel like he should have just dove upon the third base when he had the chance. I think he still might do some reasonable damage here, but he's not going to do the same level of damage. I feel like he could have cleared out this entire base easily, but now the reinforcing Hydras will get there just in time before the drones start to die, and you can just pull those drones back temporarily or drill with them.
Yeah, and of course, we are going to just drill out of here and then send them right back as we clean this up. Keep all the boys safe. But the Corsairs get away, and yeah, sure, they're injured, but injured is still alive.
Yeah, but that's another thing about Corsairs. Even if they're not actively killing things, they still provide value, because JD Conan's going to be a little bit hesitant to come out onto the map with his Hydras. He's going to want them to keep back to defend against, you know, a stray DT. This is a beautiful play from him, utilizing the Mutas to kill as many probes as possible while he can. They're about to go down, though, to the Corsairs. They'll easily chase them down. He does split them off pretty reasonably. Yeah, the splits were really good, but he still manages to track all but one down.
Yeah. I mean, this is just impressive play from both sides, absolutely.
Yeah, this is pretty high-level PvZ, but like I say, like, he can't really come out onto the map with these Hydras for the time being. He's worried about, you know, backstabs with DTs and all his Overlords getting eviscerated. He's taking a quick 4th base at this 9 o'clocky position, which I like. That's about to be scouted. Yeah, I mean, this should be a pretty reasonable game from both sides. I feel like JD Conan's in a slight lead, but that could change if he's able to leverage these Corsairs to be on pure harassment mode.
Yeah. Sorry, this is just like, if I like wake up in a cold sweat from a nightmare, this is what it looks like. 9 Corsairs with +1 just ruining my Overlords, you know?
Yeah, but we don't see any like DT tricks or anything, so I don't think the Corsairs are going to be super successful. He actually needs to clear out that Zergling so he can take a 3rd base. He's got the Templars out. If he kills this, this is going to be huge. The Hydras are in position to try and deny this. He might have to drill with the drones to save this.
No,
even so,
dead,
I don't think he's going to save it. Yeah, the drone drill's not even that good enough. Maybe he can cut off the retreat of some of those Zealots, but honestly, a pretty big pickup from Dragon to kill that.
Well, these Hydras were in position to catch the Zealots retreating, but they're going to move around, try to get the Corsairs instead.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't taken the 3rd base just yet, but he's about to. This is a pretty reasonable 3rd base timing, but JD Conan going to be taking that top to left base as a backup plan. Now taking a lot of damage onto these Corsairs, but he is still gunning down Overlords in his wake.
Yeah, this is still like 7 Corsairs is still plenty enough to delete every Overlord you find very quickly.
Yeah, he's supply blocked him now, and he's going to kill another one. So this will take a bit of a toll on the Zerg's ability to produce. But the fact that the Protoss hasn't yet got a 3rd base, I don't think this is going to be too bad for Conan.
Yeah, ooh. Good storm, very good dodge. We're going to delete the gateway as quickly as possible. Lose a couple Hydras, but...
Honestly, yeah, the storm dodging is pretty on point, so... It's kind of nice to kill that gateway and not really lose a couple of Hydras there. It's nice.
Yeah, that was very good.
Now we got the Lurker transition. He's actually not taking that base in the top left. He's going to retake it back here at the natural 4th. Bit easier to defend.
Yeah,
Could be a bit susceptible to counterattacks.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to sneak it, and then once it's like, well, we're not going to sneak it, there's no point in taking it because you can't hold that.
Yeah, he'd be spread a little bit too thin, I would say. Dragon's not lost too many Zealots in these attacks, but he has to abandon hopes of any further assaults once he sees those Lurkers, until he's got like a control group and a half of Dragoons or so.
We are steadily bleeding out the Corsairs, right? We went from 9 to 7 to 6. Like, we're slowly getting there as JD Conan. There is a light at the end of the tunnel for our overlords.
For sure. And with the Protoss third base being this late and the drones, I think, already starting to go over to saturate that 4th base, this is a pretty good game for JD Conan.
Yeah,
but there's still a fighting chance for... Oh, he's trying to snipe some more of those Corsairs. Only 5 now, 2 on low HP. The Storm dodges have been really on point as well. He's really bleeding the energy dry on those Templars, so there might not be that many follow-up storms to shut this down so easily. Yeah, the non-stop storm dodging is really going to start to cripple Dragon's ability to come out onto the map.
You know, it's funny because you joke about like, oh, JD Conan's from South America. Of course, he's going to lag. But you can't tell this. He's microing so well.
Yeah, this is really high-level stuff we're seeing from him. I mean, 14 minutes this Nexus is finishing warping in. JD Conan's already mining that 4th base. He's going to throw down some macro hatcheries as well. Yeah, the longer this game goes on, the more I like JD Conan's position. I feel like Dragon has to make a play soon. I guess he could double expand, take the natural 4th, but realistically, he wants to assault and skirmish JD Conan. Maybe he could attack and defend at the same time while taking that 4th base, but it's going to be tricky. He's not got a lot of High Templars and Storm available to him, and that's a pretty tight choke to navigate with all those Dragoons.
Yeah, getting the Dragoons around there is going to be not impossible. Obviously, it can happen, but it's not going to be fun.
No, it's a little bit awkward. You kind of want to have a bit of an arc with the Dragoons to chew through all the Lurkers easily enough.
And you don't want them bouncing off each other more than anything.
Yeah. They kind of got this like weird walking animation where they move at different speeds based on what part of the animation they're in. That's why they kind of look a little bit lopsided when they're running around. It's going to start coming into that choke now, but as you can see, even with just a few Dragoons, it's hard to get optimal surface area. JD Conan's going to enforce that. A bit of a kill box that has been set up deeper in the line. He's going to surge forward, snipe out one of those High Templars. Ideally, he'd want to kill that Observer, but it's positioned a little bit awkwardly to make it a little bit tricky to snipe.
That's such a good spot for the Observer. He's very good at controlling it to make sure it doesn't get too far forward.
Yeah, Nidus Canal going to help out reinforce this position. It looks like there's a superior numerical advantage for JD Conan, so he is chewing through those Lurkers quickly enough that I think Dragon will not be successful in punching through this position now.
Yeah, he's trying. It's getting close, but that reinforcing Hydra's out of the Nidus might have been enough. I say that.
Conan has more army to the south he hasn't come up here yet with. If you looked outside the 3rd as well, he's kind of baiting Dragon into committing to the attack just so that he can trade even more.
And
Dragon has to tap out. Yeah, unfortunately. Dragon's such a PvZ specialist, but he has been outclassed recently by some of these newer Zergs like JD Conan.
And yeah, it's JD Conan's looking good. I mean, there's a real world where he gets out of the group first today.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting. That means we got both of our Zergs going through to a winner's match. So we got some ZVZ action to look forward to on.
Oh boy, you know how much I love ZVZ. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here while we get set up for our first best of 3 between JD Conan and Julian. Don't go anywhere. We are so back, guys. We're so back. Man, we got some great StarCraft ahead of us, don't we?
Oh, yeah. We've already had a great couple of games to start us off, but more great series, best of threes from this point onwards to look forward to.
Man, I love StarCraft so much. Like, we have such great games so far with best of ones, and now we have 3 best of threes ahead of us that are really going to drive home, like, all the greatness that we got coming.
Yeah. Just for you guys that aren't in the know, this is basically the same format they use in the ASL round of 16.
Yes.
So I really do like this format a lot.
Yeah, and then we got interviews and everything, guys, and so JD Conan pre-recorded an interview, so that way we didn't have to worry about a translation error, which means we'll lose a little bit, but at the same time, I think it's going to be a lot nicer. But
yeah, at least we get something from him, right?
Yes, and that's part of an international tournament. But the other nice thing is that you guys can help support it, right? It's a lot to keep all this going. The players enjoy getting paid. The casters like getting paid. Everyone enjoys having more StarCraft, guys. And with your help, we can make that happen. You can join on the Ko-Fi. You can join on the Patreon. Whatever platform you prefer. You can give straight through our website where we get more percentage of it than if you do it through Patreon or Ko-Fi, guys. The other thing too is that you can get merch. We have just released IPSL merch, guys. You just got this done last night. And honestly, this is the hoodie I'm most excited for. This is stitched,
nice.
So it's not just some iron-on bull crap. This is white stitching on your hoodie. So it's going to last, I don't want to say forever, for legal reasons, but it's going to last a darn long time.
For the foreseeable future, at least. And am I wrong? Are you doing some kind of 10% deal on these as well?
You were right. We are, guys. I'm going to pull up the code here. If you do Platinum 10, guys, you put it in your cart, you get to the checkout, and you put in Platinum 10, guys, you will get 10% off anything in the store.
Pretty good deal, guys. Yes. Check it out.
If you want any of our other stuff, like you love CSL or you love NSL, any of the other events that we've worked with, guys, it's all right here. But realistically, I am going to be ordering one of these hoodies for myself.
Seems pretty good quality with the stitching, man. I kind of appreciate that a lot.
So Fourth Wall is the people we go through, and they are high quality. Like, I have a bunch of these polos for, I'm wearing my BSL, my BWCL caster one. I've got the CSL ones, and I wear them for work because I have to wear a polo for work. So
cool,
it's incredible. Good quality. We got a couple of colors here too if you want navy instead of black, because I'm a production guy. My entire closet is black clothing.
Yeah.
So if you're not like me, you can get other colors, guys. And
I like that logo as well. It's quite tasteful and subtle enough, like you say, you could wear it to work and no one would really pay too much attention to it. Yeah, it's cool.
Admittedly, this one's a little bit more expensive, but I kind of like it. It's the big logo on the back.
Okay.
So if you want everyone behind you in line to understand what you're about, this is the one you want.
You could be Platinum too, guys. Get your hands on some of that merch. 10% off.
And of course, we have a nice little tasteful center logo. They can do small amounts of dyed thread as they print. They can do it in small amounts. It's super cool.
Give it a little gradient effect. I like that.
Yeah, so that's why we have the gradient here on this one. And yeah, guys, you check that out. You support us here. You buy the merch. You go to our Razor affiliate links, guys. Any of that goes and helps. It helps us keep doing this, guys. It helps us put on the prize pool. It helps us go bigger and better, guys. We have a $2,500 land at the end of this. That all comes through your guys' support. So
nice. I mean, and ultimately it keeps the scene alive and thriving, right? We want this great game to go the distance and survive another 25 years and become a retro RTS that almost never gets replaced. I mean, you guys know just how bad some of those new RTSs that have been coming out are, especially those early access slop. I mean, Stormgate. It's just so much trash out there. Nothing really can or will compete with the old school OG of esports itself, StarCraft Brood War. And we'll be here for the long haul.
And one other thing I'd like to point out, that if you join on the Patreon or the Ko-Fi or the website for $10 a month, you get access to all the replays for everything we do. As I know that not everyone cares about everything we do because we do a lot of other games besides Brood War. But if you definitely want this stuff, this is where you're going to get it. You want them replays. You want to study Artos' gameplay. Or you want to study Julian's and learn how to beat Artos. This is where you'll find it.
And honestly, that's a really big deal. It's so rare that you actually get access to the replays of an event. And back in the day, like I'm talking OG StarCraft days, we treated any high-level replay like gold dust. You just couldn't get access to it. So you guys are kind of spoiled for choice that you can't even get your hands on something like that in this era.
All right. Yeah, it's crazy how much Remastered has changed the game with replay access.
Right. And even like in the Kesper era, like everyone was so tight-lipped with their replays. Like you used to have to like beg your friend pro gamers from other houses to like give you a replay pack or something. Everyone was so tight-lipped with replays back in the day, just as a general rule.
Yeah, no one wanted and that's how like one thing that nobody learned was like the return cargo trick, right? You have when you pull your workers in the beginning of the game, you return cargo, you have minerals. Like no one thought about that until replay started coming out.
Well, it's not just that. It was like you'd see someone like Flash would be like just smashing his keyboard at the start of the game, and people wouldn't even know what he's doing over there.
Yeah,
and it took such a long time for those other pro gamers to actually realize, oh, he's doing some kind of mineral boosting thing that actually gets more money. That's how he's been able to always hit these crazy timings and dominate the scene and make 14cc look easy to defend. He's just doing all these mineral optimizations that we didn't even know about, and now everyone is so good. Because the amount of access you have through replays and studying VODs and everything allows you to really step up your own game.
Yeah, it's one thing to watch the cast where we're, glazing over things, looking at both players and whatnot. But if you really want to understand, you can take the replays, and there are apps that you can run them through that will just tell you what buttons they're hitting.
Yeah.
It's like, and, that's one, a cool way to know who's who. But two, you can just... oh, this is how I really want to play like JD Conan. I'm going to take a couple of his replays, run it through, and figure out his hotkeys. How does he do that? How does he even just hotkey his hatcheries? Which is something that, as a Zerg player, if you don't play Zerg, you might not understand it. But understanding how people, like, hotkey their hatcheries is just nuts.
Yeah, I use the old school method. I do 5 through 0 for hatcheries and 1 through 4 for units. But there's other styles. People do all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah, I was taught 4 through 0 instead of 5 through 0.
Oh, really? I don't like that. I like hotkeying my overlords more at the start of the game, so I like to keep 4 open for the entire game, especially when you got big armies. Yeah, I use 4 for things like lurkers as well. Yeah.
Looks like the players are bantering a little bit, so we'll be ready to go here in just a second, guys. But, man, ZVZ, Julian versus JD Conan. The crazy versus the new. I honestly really don't know how to... I don't know.
There's some guys in the chat are hoping for some wacky stuff from Julian. I can kind of agree with that. I want to see some absolute craziness and hopefully not too much complaints about the lag. Looks like both players are ready for it. Game number 1, JD Conan versus Julian on Dominator. Let's get it. And spawning in the top left as the red Zerg, JD Conan. And his opponent at the 3 o'clock position, the blue Zerg, Julian.
So, these players, I can assume they've played a fair amount against each other, or at least have a little bit of rapport with each other. Because Julian's obviously talking about lag and everything. And JD Conan's like, turn your camera on. Come on, turn your camera on. Because obviously, as you can see, Julian's using a photo from CS Land 3 that he took.
It's a pretty good photo, though. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, so Art of Turtle brought a Rice-At for Rice-At, right? The other caster.
Yeah.
Because he didn't have one, and so it was a running joke. And we were at a restaurant. It's across the street from the venue. And Julian put it on and took this photo. And it is just iconic.
Yeah, no, it does look pretty good. It actually kind of suits him. So I'm happy with the picture, personally. Meanwhile, JD Conan looking pretty dapper and a handsome nerd on his cam right now. You sometimes see him, like, talking or sort of singing to himself occasionally.
Dude, I love players that sing to themselves. Because I do it all the time. Like, I do it a lot. Like, when I'm playing, if I have music going, I'm singing along.
Okay, so it looks like we got a reasonably quick pull from JD Conan with a gas, but nothing yet from Julian. So is this going to be a 12 pull, it looks like? Yeah, okay, a 12 pull from Julian. It's a lot more mid-rangey, got defender's advantage, so you can get a stronger economy by doing this. And with the defender's advantage and having such a long rush distance to actually get there, technically the 12 pull is superior to this build from JD Conan.
Yes, so the 12 pull will set him up for a better game in terms of economics. The thing is that JD Conan's going to have a quicker gas, as we can already see here, which means his mutas can be a little bit quicker, but there is a play where he goes Scourge first and tries to snipe the first mutas that pop.
Right, yeah. So he's going to have like a 20-second advantage with his gas as a result. With 100 gas advantage, it's basically 300 gas per minute. So you can obviously divide that by 3 because it's only 100 gas advantage. So that's 20 seconds of faster tech time, but it's also going to be a roughly 20, 25 seconds to get the mutas into the other opponent's base. So if it was just straight mutas, Julian would be fine, but Scourge builds so much faster than mutas, so that could be an issue.
Scourge are near instant unless you need them, in which case they take about 10 years to build.
Yeah, it's like that perspective bias, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Julian went for an expand, too.
Yeah. This is a bit on the greedy side, but you kind of want to do this with a 12 pull.
Yeah.
But there's a room to punish this, but he's actually going to hide the Zerglings and try and be a little bit sneaky here and wrap around. But it looks like JD Conan not quite caught out of position by it, but does take a few shots for free. Sneaks in one Zergling to the main base as well.
I like this a lot. We do have 2 Lings here to defend, but this is you're gonna get in here, you're gonna scout, you're gonna see, the lair hasn't started yet. That's weird.
Yeah, that is a little bit weird. But he can still obviously defend with spores if it was necessary, depending on how fast the lair timing was from JD Conan. But he obviously doesn't quite know exactly what he's up against right yet. I mean, JD Conan could also just flood Zerglings if he wanted to.
Yeah. At this point, you're like, that's like really, the lair should have started a while ago, right? With gas mining, which tells you he went link speed first. And now you're like, oh, crap. Okay.
Well, you notice how Julian's like barely mining gas, so I kind of feel like he maybe will be setting up to go spores here.
Yeah. Most likely. He knows his overlord has seen how far behind he is. So I don't think he really has any choice but to go spores.
Yeah. That's one of the benefits of having that overlord scout. You can kind of min-max. Oh, it's 4 Lings versus 3. There's definitely a room for JD Conan to punish this. Gets 1 Ling. Be putting the pressure onto the main base. If there was nothing on the way for Julian, this could be super annoying. Just messing with the mining pattern of the drones is already a big win, and maybe killing a drone would be huge. He does get one. Big win there for JD Conan. Maybe getting a second.
Nice.
That's crazy. Like, worker damage is crazy in general.
He's gonna get a third
drone. Are you kidding me?
Drones are
like
even mining.
Gold dust in ZVZ, man. And the lost mining time on top of that. Oh my days, that's so much damage.
That's crazy. Yeah, look at this guy, still not mining.
Oh yeah, this has not been spotted. You're kind of like on autopilot mode, so it can be hard to notice stuff like that when you're just like spamming through your macro cycles and what have you.
Yeah.
Unless you're forcing yourself to stay out of that autopilot mode, where you're actually kind of like surveying your kingdom, as it were, more, then you would notice it. But most players don't. Most players are just so much on their like autopilot, going through their mechanics, they won't notice stuff like that usually.
Yeah, it's so hard to notice too, because it looks like it's in the right spot for mining. So like, if you glance over, it's like, it hasn't bounced yet or something, right? Because
it'd be like on your periphery vision, it looks like it's at the minerals where it should be. So unless you're really paying attention, you wouldn't really notice. I mean, he's gonna maybe kill another drone or 2 here. Just
he
before
kills
this
the one that wasn't mining, so it's a net 0.
He kind of helps him out there a little bit. But I mean, the spore coverage isn't ideal, actually. I think he can still abuse him a teeny tiny bit with these mutas. I think
this is still a safe spot here.
So slightly, he can abuse this.
Spores have more range than you think, but a lot less than what would really be useful.
Yeah, he's kind of made that Spore at the top in a bit of an awkward spot. And he's going to go for a bit of a counterattack, but there's more than enough lings for JD Conan to shut that down. And he's getting his own hatchery expansion on the way. This is going to be a tough game for Julian now, losing another drone and shutting down this much money. He's making it extra unlimited. Just so he can have the excuse that it was lagging so bad later on, you know. Oh, geez. Must have lost this game due to lag, guys, you know.
Man, there's never a dull moment when Julian's in the game, right? For better or for worse, there's never a dull moment.
Plus, he hasn't got any muters to micro, so the extra high latency actually hurts JD Conan than it does him for the time being. Yeah. So he's being a little bit sneaky with that.
What's interesting is he still technically has the economic advantage here, right? He's on like 11 drones now, 12.
For now. Yeah. That will change, but this
well,
massive ling stab could change it. Can he target down some of these drones? That would be huge. I think he's gotten one so far. He's having a bit of a hard time targeting them down, actually. Not many drones falling. I thought he was going to get a lot more than this. He kills like one drone in total, I think.
Maybe one. I don't even see the blood splat for one. I'm not 100% sure.
That's crazy that he did that little damage with that ling stab, man. I thought he was going to get at least like 2 or 3 drones.
Yeah, now you just run 2 lings in here and you click down every drone.
Like, that's actually a great counter to Spores, is to flood lings. Like, they think you're going to commit to muters, and then suddenly you just come in here with a massive squad of lings, and they just can't do anything about it.
But it's just really good in general, because you can try and burn down Spores, too. If you're like, oh, I can't win the fight with my lings, but you can come in here, burn down a Spore real quick, and then your muters can come in and provide support. Like he's
been a bit greedy because he didn't make a safety sunken or anything as well. And as a result, it looks like it's going to be first game going to JD Conan at this rate.
Oh, man. The drones. Oh!
So low.
2 HP in a dream.
But he has got more Zerglings pooling coming in for round 2. And there's a couple of pairs of lings hatching for Julian here, but no reason he couldn't swing this. Yeah, there's no reason he couldn't maybe sneak in with those lings later and try and snipe those drones. But the Spore being that low, it's almost tempting to dive on it. He had like one. Here we go. He's going to go for it now.
I've lost games from not diving on the Spore. That's all I'm going to say.
7 killer Spore, but there's a second Spore covering it. So it's like, yeah, not so ideal. Good lag. Nice BM. And we're going to be going on to game number 2. Was that game even lagging? It looked pretty good to me.
No. You know how it is.
Yeah, Julian's a bit of a personality. He's kind of got to live up to his name, you know? If he didn't complain or shit talk a little bit, it wouldn't be him, you know?
Yeah, could you imagine a game where he didn't complain about lag?
Yeah, then we'd be asking if he's feeling okay, you know? That'd be like if Conor McGregor suddenly was really polite and respectful. You'd be like, are you feeling all right, man?
What happened to you? Yeah, absolutely. That's actually a perfect comparison, I think.
Yeah.
Except Julian has some redeeming qualities.
Well, that he plays Zerg, or what is it?
Fair. Fair.
He's got a good picture, I'll give him that. I like the rice hat picture.
Yes. Oh, I love these guys. I do love running tournaments, though. The players, you know, for better or for worse, they are great personalities.
Yeah, Julian said, hope someday we can get rid of laggers from Brood War. Can't even move a unit. Conan just smiling at him. Both players are ready, though. We're going to be jumping into it. Game number 2, Julian versus JD Conan on Knockout. Let's get it started, guys.
All right. Now that was a little bit of lag. He had even a cheeky smile from JD Conan. He's like, the timer hit 0 and it stayed there for a second. He was just like, yeah. All right. Do you think Julian? This is a conspiracy theory for you.
Go on.
Do you think Julian just like has a VPN that he toggles on and off when he wants to really point out that it's laggy?
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not accusing him of it, but I wouldn't put it past him.
That'd be hilarious. He just has a little like. You remember the
little lag switch?
Did your modem ever have the standby button back in the day? Yeah. Okay. I thought it was universal, but I don't know. I was fucking 8 at the time, right? So I remember my brother would play Halo 2, and he's like, "Okay, I'm host. Go stand by the standby button." Because my brother's older than me and bullied me around, as you should, right? If you're an older brother.
Yeah.
And so he'd have me
standbying
for him so he could win games.
I mean, in the OG days of Brood War, people would just rip their internet cable out for the disconnects as well, man.
God, I remember that. Someone's losing, and all of a sudden just click. And you're like, you suck.
Well, first they float all their buildings to like random corners of the map, and just before you kill them, then they rip the internet cable out just to spite you, you know?
God. And the thing is, people still try. There's still a way to do it today, which makes it even worse.
Yeah, it is what it is, though.
Yeah. All right. It looks
Such is life. And
both players are going for macro builds here. 11 pool versus probably a 12 pool.
No, actually, this looks like a hatchery build, yeah.
Cross spawn.
This is going to work out a little bit for Julian, right? This is technically a build order win so far. The cross map as well makes it a little bit harder to really do anything about this.
Yeah, versus like a 12 or 11 pool, a 12 hatch is really good.
I think it's 12 pool, yeah.
Yeah, so like whatever. I think you're right. But either way, the point stands is that their lings aren't going to be. It's not like a 9 pool or an over pool where you're going to have to pull drones to defend or anything. You are cooking.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, cross map, if he has a crisply timed lair, he might even be able to get away with not having to make too many spores as well. We'll have to see how the game plays out. Generally speaking, you kind of want to go spores when you're 12 hatch, but there are some things, say if like JD Conan goes speed first or something, you might be able to get away with not having to make many spores.
Yeah, absolutely. The cross map, like especially on this map, like the bases are laid out very well for defending. Like
I think he did go link speed actually.
Yeah, you actually.
Sorry.
Right.
I think he did. Yeah, he's just now started his lair, right?
Yeah, you're right. I think you're right. Sorry, I was talking about.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, I was too dialed into the timings. Go on, what were you saying about spores?
Like, the reason Terrans love this map is that it's not great for mutas because, like, you're coming at the side of the mineral patch and such. You're not really going to get snipes, and you're coming in the long way against the main base, right? There's no real good angles. And that's the same in ZVZ, you know? Like, we might only be thinking about it from spores, but it's the same concept the Terrans have to deal with.
Yeah. He doesn't deny the Ling getting in. He's going to spot the third macro hatchery, so this is going to be a Ling flood build from Julian. The fact that it was scouted is such a big read for JD Conan.
Yes, getting this one Ling in here just to see what's up, and it's like, oh, it's 3 hatch, there is no layer, there's nothing on gas. It's like, oh, lots of Lings.
Yeah, man, one Ling to rule them all, it seems.
Yeah.
Could be having a good economy, but knowing that you're up against this makes things a lot more simple for JD Conan. Premium Bolivia lag.
Ooh, what makes it premium? What do you think makes it premium? Do you think, like,
yeah, I wonder.
Do we pay extra
Maybe
for it?
He's probably got some kind of like deluxe package or something. Ooh. I don't know.
Do you think JD Conan launches Brood War PowerPoint instead of .exe?
I mean, with enough lag, it's essentially a PowerPoint presentation. So yeah, maybe.
Exactly. So yeah, I'm playing Brood War .PowerPoint. What are you playing?
Yeah, so he's gonna make a sunken for safety. This is super smart. You kind of have to do this when you know it's a potential Ling flood build.
Ooh, I guess seeing it. That's nice.
But yeah, that's nice. But Julian, he's gonna see it at the overall anyway. But do you know what's interesting is that he could technically go Hydras behind this and try and like throw JD Conan off, but it's such a hard build to execute. You know, you have to really know your stuff to play Hydra in ZVC. I don't think we'll see it, but it's definitely a viable strategy here that would have thrown JD Conan off.
This is... I'm very surprised he didn't commit to like throwing down an Evo or something to wall off here. I get that he's still trying to go his normal build of getting mutas and such, because mutas will, you know, links don't shoot up.
Doesn't seem like he needs it for the time being.
Oh,
because he's making. Oh,
this is why he doesn't need it.
Oh, 2 drones. 2 drones.
He's got 3 kills on its own.
Oh
so
my!
It was like 3 or 4
days. Good lag. Yeah, I'm sure this is a lag issue, Julian.
I mean, that link did just stand there
switching
and take
ability. Oh man.
Man, so look at JD Conan, he's losing it too.
Oh man.
Oh, congrats to JD Conan for making it out first.
Oh jeez. It's kind of funny.
Oh man.
Thank you for the entertainment, Julian. We appreciate it.
Yes. All right. Sorry, Talia. I have to stop scratching because I have to go get the video for JD Conan making it out first. Because we kind of, I don't want to say saw this coming, per se, but, like, you know, he's kind of good at the game.
Yeah, JD Conan's definitely completely outclassed Julian in that series, and we got a bit of shit talking from Julian to try and save face and be the personality that he is. It's just a bit of an internet personality to entertain his stream. Nothing like what Artosis does. Artosis is just more like a hyped up version of himself, whereas Julian is like a total caricature of himself.
Yes, absolutely true. Hang on. I have... By the way, big shout out to Goose. If you don't know who Goosehead is, Gooseheaded, he is an absolute hero of the Spanish-speaking scene of StarCraft. He's from, I want to say Mexico, but don't quote me because I'm probably wrong. But he's, you know, South American, right? And he lived in the U.S. and now he's in Spain. And he messaged me. He's like, I was like, hey, could you do translations? He's like, hey, what if we did this? And he went through it. He got the video. He made the video. He edited it. And he made a transcript for it. So we have subtitles. So it all works out perfectly.
Nice. Yeah, he's good with the sub stuff that he does. There's definitely some community service there.
So we just I gotta figure out how to make it work real quick because I'm what we call dense. And then, yeah, so it should be working. Okay. There we go. Got it. So I'm going to go ahead and get this set up here, and we'll be able to watch JD Conan's interview together. Because I haven't seen it yet either.
I love how he's pre-recorded an interview as if he was already going to win. And that's some confidence, man.
Yes. To be fair, they recorded it, where is it? Yeah, so I reached out, like, this morning, right? Like, hey, you know, make sure you're ready to play, like, an hour before we started. And I'm like, oh, yeah, did Goose talk to you about the interview? And he's like, yeah, we just recorded it. So he was that confident this morning going in.
I love to hear it, man, and well-deserved.
All right, let's go ahead and get this pulled up here.
Let's get it.
I have to change a couple of settings on my side, so bear with me 30 seconds, chat.
Please stand by while we try to connect you.
And it really is like that, though. Should be this one. Let's find out together. Is it this audio channel? No, it's not. Man, this is what I get for trying to like do a bunch of like setup stuff, and then it's like, it doesn't work right.
It's funny how the chat is completely missing the absolute drama storm from Julian in the chat right now. He's just talking it up, and JD Kernan's having a little bit of a back and forth with him, and Artosa's just casually asking about his next game.
All right, I'm gonna bring it back to us while I figure this out real quick because for some reason it's just not playing anywhere, which is why that Oh, I see what it's doing. Well, that's an easy fix. So I can do that. And I can do this. I can do that button. All right, so now this should work if I do. All right. Yes, now it'll work. Haha. I'm smarter than me.
Nice.
Sometimes.
You're the best version of yourself today, Arn.
That's I don't know if that's a high bar or not. But here, let's hear from JD Conan.
Yeah.
I don't know how loud this is gonna be, so I'll be adjusting.
I don't
this
think I hear it at all right now, but hopefully the stream
¿Cómo
can.
has disfrutado IPSL hasta ahora?
Yeah,
Pues
you
me
might not
gusta el
hear.
formato y la organización, hay muy buenos rivales. Que haya tan alto nivel hace más emocionante el torneo, ¿no? No es como que solo es un rival fuerte y sabemos como que él es el que va a ganar siempre, ¿no? Sino que hay mucha variedad, tanto Terrancer y Protoss, y eso es lo que me gusta. Pregunta 2, ¿cómo te sientes acerca de tu grupo de la ronda 16? La verdad he jugado casi con los mismos, tanto Dragon y Artosis en la BCL, y lamentablemente fui eliminado en ese torneo, y eso me pone un poco nervioso contra esos rivales, porque me costó mucho ganar a Dragon, y contra Artosis fui eliminado. Pero ahora tengo más confianza en mi juego, ya sé cómo tengo que reaccionar, así que tengo algo de confianza. ¿Hay alguien en tu grupo que te dé miedo enfrentar? Ahora en la BCL me pone un poco nervioso Artosis. Simplemente por lo último que pasó. Pero tengo confianza en mi server Suster. He estado practicando. ¿Hay alguien con quien quieras o no quieras jugar en la ronda de 8? Con el que no quisiera jugar es Siki, ya que en server Suster no me agrada y Siki es muy bueno en eso. Luego estoy bien con el resto. La verdad preferiría algún Protoss. Incluso digo Alto Bonit porque confío en mis versus Protoss. ¿Cómo te sientes acerca de tus enfrentamientos individuales? En tema de matchups, mi favorito es Ser versus Protoss, luego Ser Terra y por último Ser versus Zerg. Por eso prefiero evitar Psyche por el momento, atrasarlo lo más posible. Después mi Ser Protoss para mí está en un muy buen nivel. Última pregunta, ¿hay algo más que te gustaría decir sobre el evento? Pues quiero agradecerle a los organizadores por su entusiasmo y por hacer este torneo. Los torneos son lo que mueven a la comunidad y a los jugadores a seguir jugando a un alto nivel, ya que sin ellos todos empezarían a dejar de jugar, dejarían de haber competitividad. Espero que no sea el último o el único torneo que hagan. Y gracias por mantener el vivo el StarCraft. Eso es todo.
What a great interview. Appreciate
Yeah, that was good.
JD Conan. He's a great dude. All right. Well, that means it's time for another matchup now. Now we got to watch that video.
Yeah, then we got the losers match, right?
Yes.
Artosis and Dragon.
That is such a wild losers match. Like, really, like on the face of it, that's kind of a wild losers match, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think I would have to give a slight edge to Dragon. I just think that Artosis isn't super confident in his TVP, but he has been putting in work lately. I don't want to completely count him out. I feel like he's definitely capable of beating Dragon. He's been doing a lot of practice off stream as well, which is a big help. I think that's one of Artosis's biggest problems is he doesn't usually have a lot of practice off stream because he's trying to just make some money and create content and stuff. But that really does hinder his ability to practice and study the game and learn the game properly. But I've noticed that he's been doing that more as of late, so that should help him out.
Yeah, and it's I don't remember if I was talking with you or Ozzy about this, but like, what if you watch his YouTube channel, like the Artosis channel, not the Artosis cast, which we all love, but like the actual Artosis channel, he's been doing a lot of like the videos he's been doing have been really just like, I'm trying to get better, not like trying to make content anymore. I'm trying to get better. Obviously, his stream is all about the content, but like he's really trying to get better at the game too because he really does see himself as a top competitor. It is the mentality
Well-
first foremost.
Well, even if he's not a top competitor, having that mindset is definitely a bonus. You need to have that kind of winner's attitude going forward. He just hasn't put enough effort into it in previous years. It seems like he's changed his agenda slightly, and now he's actually taking it more seriously and wanting to perform more often in these tournaments and also play better in those tournaments. So hopefully we'll see more great things from him, and he actually does live up to that name of being a top NA competitor.
Yeah, it's crazy to see how much better he's getting, because like at Philly he took a map off a striker, which a year ago would have been just an impossible thought.
Yeah.
And I think if he keeps doing like this, and if he
You just said the pool and the ask, so what's the pool? Like just
Yeah.
after.
like I have sent to the pool like 3 times now. Like Artosis.
So what's the pool on? What's the pool?
Dominator, Fighting Spirit, Knockout, Radion, and Tempest.
Okay. I'm glad you clarified that. I was wondering when you were going to say it.
I mean,
Yeah, you guys can't see this right now, but we're kind of bantering a little bit about the chat between Artosis and the other guys.
all right, there we go. We've got
So
our
Artosis is banning Fighting Spirit, which is a fair ban against Protoss especially.
Yeah, I think
Dragon's banning Tempest, which is understandable. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's just the right call. Like, no one likes Tempest, and I get that. I keep trying to slip it in there. Like, come on, guys. Someone's going to play on it. Right?
These guys don't like those slightly spicier maps. They're going to ban them if they can,
Yeah,
unless they've
as long
got a
as they
build
can.
order in mind for it. They're going to want to get rid of that.
Yeah, and I think that it's a balancing act, right? Like, I don't want to force players to play on maps they don't like. But also,
Yeah.
you want to keep it interesting for like the tournament, right?
Yeah, no, I agree what Snow said about Screaming Sea. He said that, it's an imbalanced map. It's terrible in PvZ, but I want to keep the map pool spicy. It enables games that you don't usually see. So I also like the idea of having at least one map in there that's definitely off meta.
Yeah, and obviously we didn't bring in a Screaming Seas or anything. As much as I love maps like that, it's like, we're going to keep it normal weird, I guess, is the way of describing it.
Well, both players are ready. Dragon versus Artosis on Dominator. Let's get it. Spawning here in the 3 o'clock position as the blue Protoss Dragon. Artosis down here in the bottom left as the red Terran.
So I was thinking about the JD Conan interview. That was a great interview, and I greatly appreciate one, Goose for making it happen, obviously, and 2, like JD Conan for doing it. He's just such a good guy.
Yeah, he's a cool guy, man.
Yeah.
No, he's a cool guy. He's great to have in the scene. I want to see more great things for him. And he's very passionate about the game. He appreciates everyone that's involved as well. He even shouted out to organizers like you and stuff. It's great to have people like that in the scene. He's definitely worth 10 Julians.
Well, okay, hang on. If we're going to do that, we got to start describing some values, and that's going to be math. And first rule of streaming is never do math on stream.
Hey, 10 was generous, okay?
Fair. But, yeah, it was just so wholesome, and he's such a good guy. It's just like, thumbs up, awesome to see.
Yeah, for sure. To see what Artosis has got cooked up for us and how good his optimizations are. He's been practicing a lot about hitting those timings, like a 229 factory off of a 12 gas and what have you.
Yeah.
We'll see if he's able to hit those timings here today as well.
Do you think he watches Wolfix's channel for his factory timings?
I'm not so sure about that.
I love Wolfix's YouTube, honestly. Like, not just because he posted his IPL stuff, but like, I love just... He's got a fun YouTube, right? If you enjoy like the really
cool guy as well,
stuff.
Yeah. That's the funny thing about Wolfix is he never trains, but he does actually understand the game pretty well.
Did you Eon Zerg posted a video recently, like yesterday or something? He premiered it, and it was like, I have the fastest layer possible. Battle cruisers are imba or something like that. It's the thumbnail. Oh my god, it was so good. I have to catch the video. Someone sent a photo of the thumbnail. I'm like, I need to watch that. That's incredible. Because he had like a super quick layer, like a 229 layer or something like that. And then like the second screenshot is a bunch of battle cruisers rolling over his base.
Well, something went wrong.
It's every game I feel like I play.
Yeah, so I mean, RT had a okay factory timing here. It was 231. It's a little bit off, but it's hard to always hit those timings. It's good that it's as crisp as it is. Got a pretty fast Zealot first out of Dragon, but it's going the wrong direction. This is also a bit of a scout as well as pressure here.
Yeah, you gotta figure out where Terran is.
Yeah, he's going to now send it the right direction after spotting the timing of that SCV scout come down from the northern hemisphere. But this shouldn't do too much. Like, it's just slow enough that RT should have a third Marine popping out just in the nick of time to swat this Zealot away.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 Marines should be fine here, along with a SCV to body block. Second SCV to double body block. He's really not taking any chances on this.
Yeah.
4 Marines. That's very safe.
Oh, it's very safe, yeah. I wonder if he's going to make the bunker before the CC as well.
I think he might. Although he's
You
kind
don't
of banking
have
money.
to. You can hold the first Dragoon with just the Vultures and the Marines, so yeah, it doesn't seem like he will make the
Marines,
bunker.
and he's going with 4, so yeah, he's definitely doesn't make a bunker yet, I don't think.
Yeah, I would say he's going to try and get away with not making a bunker. As long as he micros good here, he should be fine. Zealot trying to flank on the left-hand side while the Dragoon gets in there, takes a few pot shots, but he does do a lot of damage to that Zealot, and he shaves off the shields off the Dragoon with the fragmentation grenade, but the second Dragoon from behind could prove problematic here. Matosis needs to make sure he actually kills this Dragoon. Pretty good body blocking the SCV, but he doesn't catch the Dragoon.
No, if the Vulture had gone for it, the Vulture could have absolutely gotten that.
Ah, shame. It is what it is. It's not terrible for RD still, but he missed a window of getting really far ahead.
Yeah. I think it's still not a bad setup for the mid game, because that Dragoon's so low on health, it can't poke in ever, right?
Yeah. It's actually going to be hard for Dragon to confirm that this actually is a CC behind this. Like, this could be a 2-factory play for all he knows just yet.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of potential because nothing has been scouted. And even if he does try and push in here at some point, one tank shot, and that thing is just blue goo on the ground. And this one's no better, you know? Or not much.
Yeah, so this might help RT out. If he wants to do like something like a strong FD push, the Marines are a little bit softened up, so maybe he'll hesitate to go for that FD push, but we'll see.
Built a 5th Marine.
He's not building a tank, though, so I don't think he's going to go for it.
No, I think he's probably getting mined right now.
Yeah, he's going to play a bit more middle of the road, a bit more passive on the end of the spectrum, but he's already done enough of the dent to the infantry of Dragon that maybe this is fine. Three gate,
Three gates, yeah.
Robo. So this is like super safe. So because he hasn't scouted, he wants to not die against anything, right? And 3-gate obs is like the most cookie cutter safe way of playing Protoss versus Terran.
Yeah. You want to not die to anything, like that Terran can really do? 3-gate obs. That's it.
Yeah.
It really is just
pretty
the gold
much
standard.
Yeah. Usually a lot of players try and get away with 2-gate obs, but they'll sometimes die to things because they don't have perfect scouting or what have you. This is great if you don't know what's going on.
Well, we're going to get up here just in time to make sure that doesn't get built. Beautiful.
Yeah, slowing down the third a little bit here. Get a mine planted. Vulture might die, though, for free on the exit. Oh, he actually targets the mine, so he doesn't get it. He's going to have to sweep that mine. Oh, he took it.
He eats it.
Oof. Oh, he's going to see if he can sneak in here with the Vultures on the periphery, but seems like Dragon's ready for something like that.
Yeah, Dragon's very well positioned here. The Observer's going to come in, scout, see what's up, and go, oh, you made an extra Marine, but you also have your command center. So, like, good to know.
Yeah. Pretty big build order win, though, from Matosis all around. Like, he's forced 3-gate obs, and he hasn't had to make a bunker or anything. He just needs to not lose tanks to this Dragoon pressure play.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And I think this is kind of like along the lines we were talking about, where he's really improving. Like seeing already at like even at this level of like good spot against Protoss a year ago, you know, versus like now he's doing this against Dragon. This is very good for him, I think, in terms of like improvements.
Well, I definitely notice a slight increase in his ability. He's going to try and sneak in there with those 2 vultures now. A little bit delayed, but we'll get a probe or 2 before going down. It's not terrible. He's already laid mines with that vulture, so it's not the end of the world to trade it for a couple of probes. So far, this still could be
a front side. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Turret here.
Yeah, well, I think he's kind of gambling that this isn't going to be any DT play from Dragon. He saw how many Dragoons attacked him just now, probably tipped him off that, okay, this was probably a 3-gate obs play. It's pretty hard for you to afford DTs as well. And he saw that he was trying to expand at around 6 minutes, so I would say he can be reasonably confident this isn't DTs.
Well, it's going to be Robo Bay, so it's going to be Reaver Man.
Yeah. Autosis has 5 tanks now. He's going to try and shimmy them forward a little bit, see if he can get a free shot off on some of these Dragoons. Maybe Dragon's not paying attention, but he is.
No, it's Dragon, man. We can hope for the best, but he's probably paying attention.
Yeah. And with the map changes on the most latest version of Dominator, there's a lot more buildable terrain leading towards this mineral only, so you can kind of leapfrog forward with your tanks and turrets like a bit easier.
All of this buildable, basically.
Pretty much,
nowadays.
Yeah. You can get a turret pretty far out there these days. Yeah, you can see I'm building one there now.
Yeah.
It's a lot more different now on this map.
I do like that we get these small updates on maps over time. You know,
well, you think about it, that's what the patch notes is in Brutal, right? You don't get changes to how many HP the units have or how much they cost, but you get these little nuanced changes to maps and stuff to kind of fine-tune the balance that way.
Yeah, and I love it a lot. I think that's the best way of balancing this game. Is just, you know the map, but now you can build a turret here instead of here, right? It's so different for Terrence.
I mean, StarCraft is such a unique game because the developers basically didn't even intend to make this a competitive game. They just wanted to build a solid game. So they focused on designing a game with really strong foundations in terms of the unit distinguishability and good sound design and what have you. Yeah. Hold the thought though for a second because the shuttle's currently sharking around. He's taking a lot of damage from the Hellfire missiles off those Goliaths. He tries to get a good Reaver Scarab connection, does kill 3 SCVs. And there is this dead zone pocket to exploit. It's great for harassing with mutas as well. But in this case, the shuttle can have a bit of free reign. Artosis trying to box that in with a turret, but he's going to swing back round to the natural now. Can he get another beautiful connection? Another 3 SCVs dying. Some splash damage on those SCVs as well. But that shuttle is so low.
All right, that's the there it is. 9
Another
kills.
4 kills. Yeah, total of 9. Pretty impressive stuff. Definitely paying for the Reaver, but it also makes it harder to slow down a Terran timing attack if this was going to be something like a 5-factory play. But Artosis actually wants to expand right now, so he's not going to be pushing just yet. So it's kind of fine to get rid of that Reaver.
CC going to finish up here at like 10:45, 10:50?
It's pretty crisp.
Yeah,
pretty
that's
crisp.
Good. Mr. Never Expands before 16 minutes. Really improving.
Well, this isn't a ladder game on stream, so he's playing a bit more intensely. He actually kind of plays a little bit slow on purpose for his stream. I noticed, like the way he moves his screen around and stuff. It almost seems like he cares about a good viewing experience and plays a little bit slower for the. Yeah, that's the thing. Like,
as opposed to let's click into his view right now and see what he's doing.
Well, I think that's why a lot of competitive players don't always make for good viewing experiences because they're just zipping around the map so fast that the casual viewer can't really enjoy what they're experiencing. Whereas I think Artosis understands that production a bit.
I can tell you a fun story about that. There's Home Story Cup, right? It's a StarCraft 2 event in Germany. And one year they had Rainer, who is a top-level Zerg player, observing. Yeah. And to say it was unwatchable would be polite. Like, it was, like, nausea-inducing. Because he plays with 600 APM. Oh, hello. We're taking hull damage on that.
Oof.
You can't park there, mate.
You can't park there. Taking a fast mineral-only expansion is Dragon. Artosis has a pretty sizable tank count. No reason why he can't think about a push soon. There was going to be a Templar transition eventually. And until leg enhancements is finished, you kind of have free reign as Terran. It's only once they have speed lots do you have to maybe shut down your aggression a bit. He could maybe find a narrow timing window here.
Yeah.
But he also could just sit back and macro. Depends on his style.
There's absolutely a solid window for RT to kind of get in here. And he's looking for it. I feel like he kind of understands it, but ooh, we can't lose all of our vultures like this.
Yeah, that's another thing that a lot of Terran players make the mistake of. They bleed too many vultures and then they can't screen against the zealots. But he sees there's leg enhancements already, so it makes sense not to push.
Yep. And he just gets a good view of the shuttle. Come on.
Taking the scenic route is that shuttle right now, just chilling in the center of the board.
Hey, it's a beautiful center of the map, right? There's trees or rocks, I guess, you know?
Stalagmites, whatever you call them, I don't know. But yeah, like something to look out your window, I guess.
Yeah, you know.
Bit of a scenic, yeah.
Oh.
Oh. That's a pretty big
get
pickup.
It. Oh,
that's pretty
was
huge.
Sick.
That's pretty huge for Artie.
Yes.
Look at the supplies as well. Artie's not far behind this. He might be waiting for like around 170, 180 supply and then just pull the trigger on going. It's definitely a good option here.
2-1 should be finishing soon, which is probably what he's waiting on, if I had to guess. But
he doesn't have a science facility, I don't think. I think he's just now building a starport.
Oh,
so he's probably waiting
right.
on. He's probably just gonna have 1-1.
Yeah, it's gonna be 1-1 then.
Yeah, you kind of have to pick and choose in StarCraft. You can either go, you know, army, economy, or tech. You can't really do all three. You usually pick 2 of those 3, and he's gone for army and economy in this game. So his tech's a little bit slow as a result.
And you know what? That's the game we play. It looks like we chose tech and economy over here for Dragon.
Yeah,
a little light on some air. Like, look at this.
And Artie might be able to punish this base in the top right. I'm not sure. Okay, he's got 4 cannons there, so he should be able to kind of hold on to this a little bit. With upgrades, vultures can chew through cannons, but when there's that many, you don't really want to bleed cannons into static defense. Or bleed vultures into static defense.
Yeah, it's not worth it at that number. If there was like 1 or 2 cannons, yeah, you just power through those real quick.
100%. Yeah, for sure. And look, Dragon's already trying to set up this rally point in the top left, but Artie's on it, man. He's gonna, set up some mines up here. I'm hoping he's gonna check that base as well. This is great from him.
This is a man who's been hurt by Protoss one too many times.
He's got enough trauma, man. Hey. Hopefully he doesn't have too many flashbacks and he can just stay dialed into the game.
As long as this goes better than his ladder streams, it's probably a good day for him.
Hopefully he hasn't got like a Mario Erotica TTS blasting into his ears, so I imagine he can concentrate more than usual.
You say that, but he plays with it at full volume apparently, according to him, which I don't get how. I genuinely
You just get used to it, I guess. He must just have done it so many times that he can kind of roll with the punches. At the end of the day, it's his livelihood, right? He's got a wife and kids to feed, so I mean, yeah, go for it, man. Listen to that crazy shit.
I mean, yeah, he makes more in a night than we make in a month, so like.
There you go. Yeah.
Is he really
He's doing well for
wrong?
himself. Nice scan as well to identify exactly the positioning of the Protoss army so he can get set up here.
Nothing else.
Yeah, and Artie's going to get a pretty good setup here. There are some storms available to Dragon, but they're a little bit out of position for the time being. Hopefully he's got enough vultures to screen against this. Dragoons are flanking from the north, but they're getting absolutely gobbled up and turning into blue. He's storming his own tails, but those are some nice storms on the front line tanks, but there is a deep line of tanks to get through. I think that Artie's still going to come out on top here.
Yeah, we storm our own observer, which is iconic for Protoss. Remember, you're supposed to target your own observer, so like little beacon, like the little targeters that the military uses for like where you drop bombs. Like, yeah, it's one of those.
Yeah,
that's what the observer is. Storm
the laser sight for you. Yeah.
And
this is a nice setup from Artie. I think he's going to get away with this, at least for the time being. And he's got a lot of vultures rallied over here to reinforce this. Dragon's going to tap out. GG, Artosis. Taking the lead in this series. Really well done. He played pretty darn good in this game, man.
That was an incredible start to a series for Artosis.
Yeah.
This is already, believers are just injecting themselves with hopium right now because, it's possible.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Artosis that game. He played super solid. I can't really fault him at all across the board. Everything was pretty well finessed out. Dragon
Yeah.
looking a little bit in trouble. I mean, if Artie's going to be playing at this level, Dragon's going to have to really step up his game now.
Yeah, like imagine you come into this thinking like, oh, okay, it's Artosis. It's gonna be challenging, but it should be doable. And then that happens game one. Like, what do you do?
I would be feeling a little bit shaken in Dragon's boots if I was dealing with that. I mean, that was some really top tier Terran from Artie overall.
Yeah, and it's like I assume that you try and go DTs or something here, or he's doing a replay review right now to be sure.
Yeah, I'm curious. Is Dragon going to switch up his style a little bit? I guess you could argue that game was a bit of a build order win because he was in the dark. He didn't know about the fast CC. He played safe with a 3-gate obs, so maybe he wasn't super optimized. But honestly, his third base wasn't that slow. He still had all the tools he needed, but Artie just still got the better of him.
And at the end of the day, like, if you can't handle a Terran pushing back your goons, like, sure, it's denying the vision and whatnot, but if you're not ready for that, you can't play out the game from there. Like, is that really anything but, like, you got to practice, Like, nothing on Dragon. First of all, I want to say Dragon's an incredible player, but, like, there was no point of that wasn't, like, super playable. And
he had a good game state and still got crushed. So maybe we'll see something like a 12 Nexus out of him to try and frustrate Artie, because we all know how much Artie hates playing against 12 Nexus.
And I mean, we're going to knockout, so that is a great map for Nexus first, especially with a cannon, like a Forge Gate follow up. Yeah, you put the one cannon right about the trench, and then they just can't do anything about it.
I actually really like that. I love the trench on knockout. It's such a cool addition to the game.
It is. It's one of those small things that map makers like. I feel like over the last 3 years, we've been really spoiled with learning mechanics, right? Like, yeah, sure. Back in the day, you want to look at oh god, the 3-player map that had the ring with the D-webs and the eggs.
I'm drawing a blank.
It was one of those big ASL maps. It's ASL 9. And don't ask me how I know that, but like, it was anyways, like, we've had like maps that use like game features and stuff, but I feel like in the last couple of years we've really been like learning map features and options, Yeah.
Well, let's jump into it. Game number 2, Artosis and Dragon. Spawning in the top left as the baby blue Protoss is Dragon. And his opponent rocking that magenta in the top right. Dan the man, Artosis.
Up 1-0.
Yeah. And by the way, this is a pretty balanced map overall. This is about as close to even as you can get for TVP. A lot of the maps are slightly skewed either way. This is one of those maps that's almost dead even at 50%. It's like 2% off, I think.
Yeah, it's so close. I'd also like to point out something. This is the loser's match. Whoever loses here is out. Dunzo. Winner has to play Julian in a best of 3, and I don't know if that's a better alternative. Like, all things considered.
I honestly think it'd be super fun to watch Artosis play against Julian and watch Julian just like lose his mind and have to type up a storm against him.
Yeah, because like a best of 3 on only 3 and 4 player maps, it's
I would bet on Artosis. Yeah, I would definitely be putting money on Artosis winning that. Ooh, gateway in the natural from Dragon. Not going to be that 12 Nexus, but will be some potential pressure play, and it's not cross map either.
No.
So potential to cause a bit of harassment of these initial Zealots. Could be like Zealot Goon opening from him.
The dreaded 2Z, 1G, as they call it, if you're a cool kid.
Is that what the kids are saying these days, huh?
I don't know. They say like a bunch of numbers and then a Z and then 1G at the end, and that's all I know. So for all I know, you can make infinite Zealots.
I think the Koreans have got some interesting ways of describing builds as well. That's a bit alien to the foreigner scene.
I mean, I'm sure they probably use less polite terms too when talking about some builds.
Yeah. Okay. Well, a bit of an...
He's going to get last scouted, though. Like, obviously, the workers are going to kiss, and that's going to tell him, but, like...
Yeah. He'll still figure this out. He'll send this Zealot in the correct direction eventually.
Yeah, the Zealot should go this way. But Artie's ready. He's building his little hole.
Yeah. It's like a sideways Mickey Mouse design. You got 2 little hidey holes to micro in and out of with those Marines, making it super hard for the Zealots. but the factory can still be delayed if the zealots are well timed.
Yeah, it also depends on which way the SCV bounces right. Like, if it's over here and you're microing through here, you should.
Well, these are quite literally Artosis SCVs, so
That's
yeah,
true.
maybe they'll not be so lucky with that.
That's true. They're going to bounce on this side entirely.
Yeah,
All
maybe.
Right. SCV's going to come up here and see the second zealot. He
Okay,
might have just
probe
assumed
gonna
it was a
come in
probe,
now.
though. But now that he sees this, he should assume it's 2Z.
Well, the third Marine pops out in just a few moments here, but that's enough time to get on top of that SCV. But he gets lucky in the center, unattackable. Finally, a bit of RNG just going in the way of Artosis.
Dude.
The StarCraft gods favor Artosis today, at least so far. Targets down that probe, gets the factory finished up. One of the best case scenarios for Artosis now.
This is everything you could ever want. Now all you gotta do is not lose all your Marines to these zealots.
Yeah. You can get a bit of a Free Stooges action trying to get through those little holes, because like 2 Marines will try and get there at the same time and block each other. It can happen.
There's a clip of one of the guys in the Foreign Brood War scene. I'm not gonna name him, but everyone who knows the clip knows who it is, and I love the dude anyways. But he had an SCV with his Marines, and he went to push him through here, and the SCV got stuck here. All the Marines got stuck behind it, and they all died to the zealots.
Hey, that's a micro issue, man. You gotta make sure it doesn't happen, you know? Don't leave it to chance.
Yes, but that's one of those like clips that I think about once in a while where I'm like, man, I'm glad I don't play Terran.
Yeah, I think Dragon's in trouble, man. Like, he went triple zealot as well.
Yeah,
This is a big
3Z is
investment.
nuts.
Yeah, this is really good for Artosis. He can also repair that vulture.
Bunker's in the perfect spot with even with range, you're going to be in the trench firing at it, which means you have your miss chance.
Yeah, and he softened up one of those zealots already so that he can't just dive in and do anything right now. He has to kind of just allow this.
Oh, he's going to go for it. Already says this is mine.
He's in the trench a little bit, so misses out on some potential DPS, but it's still more than enough to push us back onto the high ground. Zealots try and get on top of those units. Artosis is in the driver's seat right now.
Run, Dragoon, run!
Days. He better run, man. That Dragoon might even die still. This is crazy. Artosis is playing out of his mind today.
Dude, Artosis wants that rematch. That's the only thing I can think of is he really wants that rematch.
Yeah.
He's so mad about Julian winning that game. He's like, no, we got to run it back. Look at this.
I would love to see him. Go on.
Nexus and CC aren't that far off.
Which just favors the Terran, as you know.
Yeah.
This is good. Oh, look at the glitch on the... Okay, doesn't quite get the mind connection. Still some chances here from Artosis, but needs to be careful as well. He needs to use shift hold commands to lay down mines so that he can, you know, basically get the mines down as quickly as possible and let the vulture actually survive. He's making a shield battery. Dragon is not comfortable right now.
No.
He's panicking. He's panicking right now.
Imagine panicking versus Dan, but like, we love Artie here, guys. We love him, but like, that was probably the best drag that Dragon could hope for, though.
Yeah, he's gonna repair those shields up to full, and then start to bat this back. But he got a pylon for his trouble as well.
Yeah.
Oh, and another mind connection. Oh, he can't repair the hull damage. He's not Terran. That's permanent damage right there. Yeah. It's funny that you've got this like superior alien race and they still haven't figured out repairing themselves, you know?
Or wheels. I like to point out that they also don't understand what a wheel is.
Yeah, the Reaver has a very interesting design of like slugging it out as well. They just put wheels on the Reaver, man.
Yeah. Could you imagine if, because the thing is, right, obviously if you're a campaign nerd like me, you realize like, oh yeah, Terrans and Protoss work together at some point. Can you imagine if they just put wheels on Reavers in StarCraft 2?
Well, like, you know, like, way back when, in like the original StarCraft, Reavers actually moved faster. It was actually insane. They could like move at almost the speed of like a slow zealot or something. It was not quite that fast, but fast enough that they were so hard to kill and too easily microable. They actually balance changed that really early on in StarCraft.
Really? I did not realize that. That's history that I didn't know.
It didn't take long for them to realize, oh, we need to change Reavers, guys.
I mean, is that also the same point where they added the drop delay, or was that later?
probably around the same time. They did a lot of
Yeah.
changes in a very short period of time. Yeah, probably happened around about the same.
Ooh, Bioobserver. That was
That's kind of insane. The stars are aligning for Artosis right now, you have to say.
yeah, this is his series. This is his game to lose and his series to lose at this point. And I don't want to put too much pressure on Dan the man, but this is nuts for him.
Yeah. I mean, if you could like offer this game state to any Terran on the planet, pretty much all of them would be happy to take over from here. This is one of the more favorable early mid-game states you can possibly get against a Protoss. Everything's kind of gone his way.
I'm gonna go out and say on a limb and say that Flash would win from here.
Really? That's a hot take if I've ever heard one.
Yes, that is the hottest take I can think of. Is that Flash would win from here?
Flash could win from most positions unless it's against a pro gamer.
That's true. And even then, like, I feel like if you handed this to like a mini or something, I'm still not convinced.
Oh yeah,
Like,
no, Flash would still crush Mini from this spot for
all
sure.
right,
For
but
sure.
Can Flash win his Protoss from here? Is the real question.
Against who?
Oh, that's a great question. Okay, let's start with easy. Let's go against Artie. Do you think he could pull it out from here against Artie?
Yes, easy.
All right. How about Scan?
I would say 50-50.
My next normal like would be like a Barracks, but Barracks did way too well this past ASL for him to be like the next person I pick. What's another round of 24 Terran? I can't think.
Well, definitely not Sark. Sark is
No.
not so good. He accidentally typoed his name. He meant to put a U in there.
SSUK. Let's go.
It's like Mark Zuckerberg's Android experimentation mode.
Oh man, what do we go up here for? 8 gates here. We've got our legs coming. Templar tech on the way. One thing Artosis did really well last game, I also want to point out, is that he kept scanning where the carrier tech would be normally, right? So like, that was the top of the base, or this game he's probably gonna end up scanning a bunch over here. And he was ready for it. He's like, "Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do it? Do I need to be worried?"
Well, here's one of the things that catches him off guard. So as long as you're scouting it, you're pretty fine. So yeah, I really do like how proactive Artie's being with his foresight to make sure he doesn't let something like that catch him by the wayside. He's doing a really good job in scouting in general. This day in general. Like, even though he lost that TVZ on Eclipse, he did do great scouting on it.
Yeah, he had all the info. It was just putting the pieces together. And one thing I worry is that this game might not, like, he's taking the mineral only, which you can, but is never really good in this matchup. And he's letting Protoss get a 4th base very quickly. Like, obviously his 3rd base incredibly timed, but Protoss' 4th is also coming up undisturbed as compared to last game,
Yeah, I think this only becomes a problem if Artosis doesn't do anything for like 5 minutes. Then maybe this is going to become a problem. But if he macros solidly, like he did on that Dominator map, he even scouts this base in the bottom left, so he knows what he's up against, and he can even kill this probe down here to make it a little bit more delayed to get a rally point set up here. I think that's still okay for Artosis. He's not going to be panicking to attack anytime soon, I don't think.
No, and he tries to hide the Vulture over here, but Dragon's not exactly a new guy. He knows what's up.
He's played this game once or twice, yeah. I think the hard thing for Artosis is when do we take a 4th? Because it will be spreading himself quite thin to take 3 o'clock. It probably makes sense.
12, right? I think you got to take this. It's rough.
Yeah, it's situational. Like, it's good to take 12 if you want to attack, because you're kind of like defending by attacking. It just isn't good the later the game goes on. Like, you either split the map in half and go super late, or you go aggressive and take 12.
Yeah. The other thing to consider, too, is that since Dragon isn't expanding to the mineral-only base, he's been expanding down the map.
Yeah.
This is actually kind of a safe bet, because all the army is down in the south.
Yeah, and if he wants to attack the rally point of Dragon, it's not the worst idea in the world to take that base. I like how he's covered that center lane with the mines as well. He's preventing a lot of flanking opportunities from Dragon. He set up pretty nicely, all things considered.
It definitely feels like he wants to take 12 with how he's laying mines. My
So
only
far
concern
it does.
is that he's kind of leaving this area a bit more open. You know, there's options here for Dragon to try and do something crazy, especially as Artie moves to take 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I definitely agree with him coming up here. I think it makes sense with the game state. It's a situational thing. You can't always do it, but in this spot, I think it's definitely a great option for him. And you can really entrench this position and make it awkward for Dragon to attack into here as well. Like, I love these tanks, the positioning that Artie's got set up there. It's nice.
Yeah, this is a sick tank spot right here.
Yeah, yeah,
you can
for
just
sure.
level anything trying to come down these ramps with this.
I mean, he does have to cover. This is great from Artie.
Yes.
This is the flank he needs to worry about.
This is
so
what I'm
loving
about.
that. I'm loving this minefield. Yeah, this is chef's kiss right now.
Yeah, that's
a little bit of garnish on top of the dish.
You got the Salt Bay just laying mines all over the map.
Yeah, now we can encroach on Dragon and kind of force Dragon into a head-on trade. Yes. And it looks like a wide choke, but attacking Terran head-on never feels good, generally speaking.
Yeah, this is... Artie is not going to be able to push up this ramp very easily, but there's also no real way for Dragon to push down this ramp, which means that Artos can keep just kind of inching closer until his tanks figure it out.
Yeah, and taking that 12 o'clock, meanwhile, he's just now started that.
A 14-minute fourth base. This is definitely not Artos streaming.
He's definitely more dialed in. Yes. No TTS.
I love this. This is so many vultures. Forget how many cannons are here. This is... If you can burn all this down, like, just +1.
Oh, just +1. It should be enough to kill 3 cannons, though. He's fine.
Yeah. And what does Dragon do? How can you pull army away from this when you know that everything Artie's got besides these vultures is right here, you know?
Yeah, this shows great understanding from Dan, honestly. And, like, the rally point's not even set up properly down here, so he's going to actually force a bit of a precarious situation. There's even an Artosis pylon, ironically, that's going to be eliminated and unpowering all of those gateways as well.
Artosis has never been happier in his life to hear about the Artosis pylon.
Pretty much. He hasn't killed the Nexus in the bottom left, but maybe he can still get in there and cause a lot of mayhem. And he should maybe even think about attacking once he sees these Dragoons coming down here in the bottom left to clear this up.
Yeah, I think he, at this point, is just a bit of a move. But, I mean, I would love to see him die for the probes. Like,
he's attacking, I think. I think Altos is attacking at the mineral only.
We got some tanks pushing here, it looks like.
That's another pretty good spot for the tanks. You have to really be tentative about how you dip your toe into these situations. Usually you're only reaching forward of like 1 or 2 tanks and the rest are still in pretty deep positions.
Oh yeah, look at these elves just getting bullied into the dirt.
You just need to be careful about these mines because he's got a lot of mines right next to his tanks right now. That could be Zealot bombed pretty easily.
One thing to also note is that, you know, we talk a lot about high ground, low ground advantage, especially on this map with the trench. Tanks don't generally care about that. Tanks are one of those unique units that they just do a lot of damage, even if they miss. So it doesn't actually matter too much in the low ground versus high ground.
And that minefield's going to pay off a lot on. It's going to identify the army positions and help RT get a little bit fortified ahead of time. Yeah, he fluid with his army movements and send some tanks back home as well.
He's pulling right back into this. He's going to be ready for it. But also at the same time, he splits off a bit of army and says, well, you know, 2 players can attack.
He needs to be careful. He needs to be careful because he's pulled a lot of tanks back from the front line. Dragon's going to try and collapse on this by getting up onto the high ground and coming back. Artosis hasn't sent reinforcements back to this position, so all these army of Artosis is going to get gobbled up here, I fear. He's kind of walked into a bit of a trap. He wasn't fluid enough with his army movements. No,
and it was one of those, it was a good idea, but it's just Dragon was, you know, a lot more able to move his army around and collapse on it than Artosis was.
That's kind of Protoss 101. You want to kind of play ring around the rosy and, you know, just try and force counterattacks and then pull back and attack somewhere else and keep the Terran guessing where you're going to hit next.
Yeah. But I also don't think that there's any way that Dragon can get in here. Like...
No, I don't think that 12 o'clock's really any threat here. But it does open up the position for Dragon to be more comfortable. He can now go for more counterattacks now that Artos isn't really laying siege to anymore. This base at 3 o'clock is really exposed, and Dragon knows about it. It's in a little bit of danger right now. He's starting to collapse onto that position.
Both bases are exposed, actually. This is gonna. I'm kind of curious what we're gonna do here. Are we gonna just? Is Artie gonna just counterattack, send it, and hope for the best? Because I don't know if that's the play.
Well, he's kind of out of position to defend this, so he might have to just abandon those bases, try and float one of the CCs, and yeah, try and get on top of this rally point. Dragon already has a rally point in the bottom left now set up, so this attack has to be pretty successful to make this work. He hasn't quite got Storm Energy on those 2 High Templars just yet, but in a few seconds he will.
Yeah.
If Artosis just pulls the trigger here and manages to go super deep with this army, there's a chance he could still navigate this into a win. He's still got that 12 o'clock. Terran only really needs 2 mining bases to produce at all times. Ooh. That's a massive mine, crippling his vultures though.
And I mean, the biggest thing here for Artie is that if he can get on top of the tech, right? If we can slow down Templars coming out and stuff like that, that'll put him in such a good spot. But he has to be able to get up this ramp. Instead, he's going to take the fight here.
Good target firing on the Templars, by the way. He killed a lot of those before they got any storms off. So he's actually doing a pretty good job of trading with Dragon. He's actually eclipsing him in supply presently.
He actually wins the fight, essentially.
This could be a good game for Artie still.
DT, nope.
A couple of mines taking out that DT. And he did save one of those CCs at least, so it's not the end of the world for Artosis. He's in a good spot right now.
No, and that's just a whiff storm. That's another not great storm.
Yeah. I mean, he's not won the game, and I think these tanks will eventually die.
Yeah.
But he might have an opportunity to make this into a pretty favorable later game stage. Dragon's still in a bit of trouble stabilizing this position.
Yeah, one of the biggest things here is that Artie can't really move from this position. Like, that was
a big mine.
So Artie's going to kill these tanks now. Die. Like, even if you try to unsiege it, you just jump on it, right?
Even with all those tanks dying, the supplies are still pretty favoring Artosis. He just needs to get more of these mining bases online in the bottom right. He's got that SCV transfer over now. The fact that he kept those CC alive is a really big deal, that now he can kind of leapfrog the economy of Protoss. And he killed that natural while it was still not mined out, so that's a big win.
There's still a fair amount. There's 2,300 gas there. Like, forget the minerals. That's huge. 2,300 gas is worth, like, 3 more Nexi in terms of, like, the game army.
Dragon is struggling to max out right now, and Artosis, he can attack the 12 o'clock though. This could be a big attack. There's nothing here to defend for Artosis. He has some units nearby, but is he going to get in here and save this CC? Looks like that CC is going to die at this rate.
He's just going to pull out and go for the trading.
I mean, he's got those 2 established bases now. He doesn't need to save that base, really. It's kind of okay for him to just maintain this entrenched position at the mineral only.
Yeah, I think this is the right call, because you're over here denying a base that's fresh. Like a brand new fresh base versus losing one that you've, you know, half mined out at this point.
Yeah, I think I agree with this decision making from Artosis. It's not bad at all.
Especially
as long as he can protect the flank. Yeah, as long as he protects the flanks on these 2 expansions down here, we should be in a pretty good spot to win the game still.
Yeah, we got a lot of mines set up. Oop. Dragon's gonna just pull everything down to the south, but Artie's already preempting that. We got vultures moving here in the same spot.
Yeah, just keeping a track of where the Protoss army is at any given time is like the hardest thing about PvT, so you can know where to set up your army ahead of schedule, and Artosis has done a pretty good job of that so far.
Yeah.
So he's going to be able to meet this army and not allow it to kill his expansion quite as easily as last time, but he still has to get down here and stop it. Some Dragoons will be slipping by. He's bleeding units down there to still kill that expansion meanwhile.
This is actually, like, I get that we're going to try and sneak by and take out bottom right, but that's just going to put your army in a box, right? Artie just comes in from behind and snipes it.
That's what he should do. He should run down here and box in this Protoss army in that quadrant and take it all out and then win some good trades. Some pretty good Sonic Storms, though, blanketing the Terran army.
Yeah.
But also Artosis hunting down some of those High Templars. Now this is just Zealot Goon in the bottom right.
Yeah, and with this, you can easily crush with, you know, a bit of army placement. The thing is, Dragon has now leapfrog in supply. The scales tip back in the Protoss favor.
Yeah, this is okay for Artosis until the mineral only mines out. Then he's in trouble because he's only have 1 mining base at that point. So taking 12 doesn't feel good. at this stage, you kind of want to take this bottom right quadrant. So I kind of feel like he has to go soon. He has to move down to this southern hemisphere and establish a lot more map control.
Yeah, this is a great game right here. This is truly good back and forth StarCraft. And
this is a pretty good game. Yeah. I think Dragon's in a slight advantage at the moment, but that could change if Artosis plays his cards right.
All right, we're sharking around for some EMPs as well. High Templar way
D-Matrix
back
would be
here
good as well here. Yeah. Oh, if he snipes those High Templars, that'd be crazy. I don't think he sees them just yet.
Oh, he pulled the mines right into the Protoss army. That was beautiful.
I mean, this is still a hard army for Dragon to engage. He'll probably want to play keep away and avoid it for the time being.
Yeah, there's a lot of tanks here. We do have 2-1 here, which means they're about as good as they're getting. 3-2 for the Protoss.
Two High Templar snipes is really huge for RT. He's actually trying to take the 12 o'clock.
That's the only Templar here. There's no other High Templars.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't get outmaneuvered, he's in a good spot. But Dragon's being smart by avoiding the main battle force of Artosis. He has to retreat now to defend this 3 o'clock position. He's going to eventually float a CC down to the bottom right yet again. There's preemptive D-Matrix as well. Yeah, D-Matrix is probably a better choice than EMP at the moment, so I'm happy to see that be utilized.
Yeah, I mean, he sniped all the High Templars. That's just...
Yeah.
That's easy mode. Why EMP wouldn't just kill?
Right. Oh, it looks like we have a massive fight here. Dragon actually might go for this. The siege tanks were not all fully sieged. I think that Artosis could win this fight with a couple of D-Matrixes, but there's not that many Vultures left to screen the Zealots, but it doesn't matter. There's just too many siege tanks here. Yeah, this is still working out pretty good for Adi. And he's just about to float that CC down to the bottom right after killing that many units. So this is working out pretty good for Adi.
Supplies back within 20, which is great for Terran when you're playing with siege tanks. He's taking 12 o'clock. He's going to take bottom right as well here in a minute at this point.
I think Dragon's going to counterattack the 12 o'clock, though, with something. There's nothing defending it, and he sees it with an observer. Yeah.
There is some army nearby, but... Oh, he's actually pulling this back into the fight down here. I think he's worried about this force just breaking bottom left.
Seems like it, yeah. Maybe Dragon's a bit too distracted to counterattack right now.
That or the
crisis management.
Hotkeyed, you know, like
I think he's going to attack 12 with some rallied units now.
Yeah, just some zealots, but like some zealots, you know. Well, I guess just everything that was here got pulled into the army.
But Artosis could just expand to the bottom right, float this base, and keep attacking. It's definitely viable.
Honestly, I think you have enough force here that you just break bottom left. Oop.
He's got +3 now. He's got 3-2 on this mech. It's about as strong as it's going to get for the rest of this game. You might as well start forcing trades.
This is about the strongest any army can get in this game is 3-2 mech. Like,
it's pretty good. And the Protoss upgrades I don't think are super good. 3-1-3. It's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good for Dragon right now. That storm! All the tanks are clumped! Oh, big mistake from Adi. You have to pre-spread your tanks a little bit more than that.
Yeah. He's
going to start to get sandwiched as well.
So, he didn't actually lose the command center because it was just zealots.
Yeah, but he's lost a lot of his tanks. He's in a lot of trouble right now.
Bad.
It's 2 rally points of Protoss that he has to deal with. He has cleared out a lot of this Protoss army. Maybe there's still a way to make this attack work. It depends.
The supplies for both of them dropping like a rock.
I mean, there's a way that RT can still attack into this and be successful. It's not over yet.
Yeah.
12 o'clock is probably going to die. But, nice EMP. Helps kill the Archon almost instantly. And, I think we have to evacuate 12. It's becoming too much of a headache to hold on to that. Just float the CC down to the bottom right. That's already at 3 o'clock. I think that would be the smart play.
Already.
Yeah, you should definitely float it by now.
And yeah, I mean, this is still... Oh, we're going to come in here and grab the Templar. Yeah, and just get right back out.
Something. But I mean, Artosis is kind of hanging by a thread in this game until he establishes that other base in the bottom right, it seems.
Yes.
He's doing some heavy lifting by killing off this mineral-only base, but it's not enough to put him ahead.
Yeah, I think he also should recognize that the probe's drilled down here and that there's definitely something down here.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, killing the base in the 6 o'clock position would make the game a lot more even.
I think he's going to try to be greedy, though, and go for the natural here in bottom left. Like, I worry.
Maybe, but I don't agree with that. It's too easy to counterattack and swallow him up if he does that.
So he's going to 2-tank it here. He's trying to take bottom right, but there is a goon here, and that alerts the army to, like, hey, another command center. All right, we are sending all the command centers down here.
I mean, the army supplies are closer than they seem. Like, Dragon is almost double the supply of RT, but RT just doesn't have a lot of SCVs right now.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if he still has enough. Oh, it's another pretty massive mind drag. I think Dragon is about to put some nails into the coffin of this game.
What an
I don't think
incredible
Artosis can recover from here. Yeah, no, this has been a really good game. Dragon's won out, but Artosis had a pretty valiant fight here.
Yeah, I think this is one of those wins that, like, on the surface feel like you should be like tilted, but on the other hand, you're like, no, this was one hell of a game, and it was so back and forth that both players should be like, this was well fought.
Yeah, I think RT came close to winning this. I think what he suffers from what most Terrans do. They don't pre-spread their tanks enough. They just kind of all siege them in a clump and hope for the best, and that almost always helps the Protoss player flip the script on you.
Yeah. Oh, get the vultures up here. But yeah, we don't have enough to break this many gates. Especially with the army coming back.
Yeah, we got like 35 supply for Adi right now. He's just probably processing the loss and thinking about what he wants to do in the final game. Yeah. There's the GG.
That's one of those, dang it. But, like I said, I think game 3 between these two is going to be an absolute firecracker of a game.
Yeah, I'm hoping so, for sure. I really want to see Artosis versus Julia in that last game, man. That'd be sick.
Yeah, I think we deserve the rematch. All right, game number 3. Let's get this going.
Yeah, it's going to be Radion. Very good macro map for Ardi. About as good as map as you can hope for. The only thing about it that's a bit wonky is the third base is a little bit far to take. You have to be quite tentative about how you go about that. Usually going for something like a 5 factory into a third base is advisable.
If you're, I kind of like this map if you're on like top and bottom of the map, because then your 12 and 6 are so takeable.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Yeah, I think those are really good. But if you're sharing the top or the bottom, it's going to get a real pain to take a third base.
Yeah, both players are ready. Artosis versus Dragon, game number 3 on Radion. Let's get it. I'm spawning here in the bottom right with the Peach Protoss Dragon. And in the top left, Dan the man, rocking that magenta yet again. Artosis.
And here we go, cross spawn. So, do we want to take bets on Nexus first, or?
Yeah, I think if Dragon goes Nexus first, it might be enough to ever so slightly tilt Artosis and make it easier. But we'll see. Dragon hasn't gone for that yet in the series. Maybe he doesn't feel like he needs to.
Yeah. Nexus first is a great series build, though, in my opinion. Like,
yeah.
Of course, everyone does it on ladder, haha, but like it is truly something that if you slip that into a series, it is so powerful. Because it's just such a different way to play. You can't play against it the same way you would anything else.
Yeah, and on this map, you kind of have to be close spawns, horizontal to easily punish it. Unless you're someone like Sharp and you go for an 11 gas, so your vulture's a bit earlier, so you're hitting the probe line in the natural just before the Dragoon's coming down the ramp. Artie doesn't play 11 gas though, so he wouldn't have that kind of situation. He either pulls the boys or just sucks it up.
Yeah. But, no, luckily for him, it's not going to happen today.
Yeah, which Artosis can probably be happy about, right? Like, the one thing he doesn't want to see is a 12 next in this situation.
Yeah, imagine like, oh man, you won game 1, we're feeling good. Game 2 was really close, really tough. Game 3 is Nexus first. You're just like, you're kidding me.
I think it'll help him process no matter what happens. Like, if he loses, at least he won't be salty about a 12 Nexus. And if he wins, he's going to be happy about himself as well. Like, this is almost a win-win for Artis. Played well today.
Yeah. I think, yeah, no matter the result, both players should feel really good about this series. Yeah, unless something crazy happens in Game 3. But so far, it has been very good both sides, and something absolutely to be proud of.
I would say so. I mean, there was a few things I was critical of RT with in game number 2, but I'm like comparing that to like ASL level decision making. You can't expect that of these guys.
Yeah, I mean, comparing anyone in any foreign tournament to an ASL player, it's always like, yeah, sure, we could do better. Like, yeah, none of us are winning ASL, but like,
yeah, relative to their actual bracket of skill, they've both played pretty high level.
Yeah, definitely some solid play. And if they want to both play like this, whoever makes it out going to make a deep run in the bracket.
I would say so. I would say that's definitely likely. Yeah. I don't think Julian's getting out of this group. I think he's losing.
Yeah, I think that's if they're gonna bring this A game towards in the final match, yeah, absolutely true.
That'd be where my money would go anyway. Who knows? Anything can happen. But in the best of 3 series, I feel like Julian won't make it.
Yeah, it's best of 3s are. So as someone who enjoys a little cheesy play, best of like series are a lot harder than just best of 1 because it's like, well, I have to come up with 3 stupid things to do to you and not just 1.
Pretty much, unless you can do both. If you're like one of these complete players that can play a really strong macro game and mix in the cheesy plays, that's what makes you really scary when you don't know what you're up against and you can do both.
True. Man, I just need Shine to come back and show me how to play Zerg again.
He played in KCM this week. He actually did pretty good. I won't say exactly what happened, but I was happy to see him back and I was happy with his performance.
Is that on your channel or is that on StarCast?
Saiyan KCM's channel on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Sick. I'm going to catch that on YouTube.
Yeah, it's good, man. Watch it.
All right. I mean, as if I need more StarCraft to watch, you know? I already get yelled at for spending too much time for StarCraft.
Well, not a lot's happened yet. Both players going through the motions. He's going to repair this Vulture up a little bit so it can be a bit more proactive in laying down mines and have less chance of getting sniped.
Yeah. I should finish up here any moment now. The Goon's going home. Goon doesn't want any part of Min getting caught out.
Well, it's definitely possible for Terrence to be aggressive with like 3 Vultures trying to slip in and lay down mines on top of like 1 or 2 Dragoons that are holding the natural. So yeah, you want to be safe if you can help it.
Essentially what he did last game.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so I like this idea of just like sit back, you know, play it safe.
He's been proactive with this 1 Dragoon on the periphery to deny the Vulture coming in here and laying down mines on the 3rd base. That's a bit of a win for Dragon, not getting that 3rd base mined up.
Yeah. Alright.
What's the build here from Dragon? Has he gone for 3-gate again?
Yep, 3-gate.
Yeah, makes sense. Just because of the lack of vision, he doesn't know what he's quite up against. He wants to play as cookie cutter as possible. Fast proxy dropship play from Artosis.
At first I was like, is that a CC? Just because of the location. Like, nope, this is better than a proxy CC.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. The only problem is that with 3-gate Goon, he will have plenty of Dragoons to delegate to defending that. But if, say, he gets overconfident and doesn't have 2 Dragoons in his main, that can still do a lot of damage.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential here. There's definitely a lot of potential for it to get countered since he's especially taking this 3rd base.
Yeah.
But there's a world where you fly by, you drop 2 Vultures, the Dragoons come over here, then you drop 2 more Vultures, and you get, you know, total 6-8 kills, right?
It's going to be off timing as well. Like at this time, the dropship should be flying in around about 6:20, 6:30. So the fact that the dropship's not going to be coming so soon, he might be like, oh, okay, you're not going drop. And then he'll abandon the main base defense with the Dragoons, and that will allow Artie to come in at a delayed timing. We'll see.
Yeah. There's also, he's going to come over here, scout. He's going to see like, oh, okay, you're doing stuff. He definitely sees mines out in the map, so he knows the Vultures are out and about.
Right.
And I feel like that gives him some good idea. Seeing this move out, you definitely should pull everything to the front, I feel like.
Well, Not exactly. Like, he's a little bit light on units there. So he might be thinking, hang on a minute, that's not as strong of a move out as it could be. He might still keep some goons in the main base. Oh, he's just now moving out with them. I think
he
he's
probably
misread
assumes that
it.
it's about to meet up with the vultures.
Probably. But yeah, you would expect maybe a third tank already arriving at this point. So the fact that he's not got the third tank, you should be thinking, well, where's the rest of that gas gone? So he should be able to put the puzzle pieces together, but it's very difficult to do so on the fly.
Yeah. I actually don't like Artie's posturing over here. Because he's pulling the Dragoons right into the dropship. Go, go,
I think it's
go.
still going to work out for him. They are pretty far away now from getting back to the safety of the maze. 3 goons pop out at the precise moment. Though, but he's just rallied. He's still going to get the vultures in here and do quite a lot of damage to that probe line. 3, 4, 5, 6 probes going down so far.
Yeah. We get the dropship out. It's not bad. But he's also going to push in here. Can we do this? Is this legal?
It's pretty precarious. He's got a third tank showing up, but it's a bit behind schedule, so Dragon should be able to kill these tanks.
Yeah, I like that was a crazy idea. Oh, hello, Mr. Reaver.
I like the idea, but the execution wasn't there.
Yes, that is 100%.
I would say this evens out. Again, he killed some probes, he lost a couple of tanks. I would say this is a pretty even game.
Yeah, it's still very playable. It's at no point is this like, oh no, the game's over because he messed up. It's like, no, he got enough done that it's still very playable at this point.
Yeah, and he's going for that high factory count. Is that a 6 factory as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, 6 factory. Okay, he's being really serious about this. I mean, the 3-gate goon is helping do a lot of the heavy lifting for Dragon.
He did a full wall here. He was really that worried about potentially going sideways.
He's going to send in a shuttle now. Artosis is reasonably set up, but that turret there is a little bit delayed. Let's see if he wants to thread the needle with this. But the other turret's still in a pretty good spot to catch the vertical trajectory of the shuttle still.
Yeah.
Might be a turret underneath that eBay, actually.
There might be. Obviously, we can't click on it because Brood War, but like...
Yeah, that'd be pretty high level if there's a turret underneath the eBay. It flies over the first one with speed, and then the second one kills it.
Yeah. That would be such big brain. Oh, the dropship did make it out. I like that. I thought it didn't.
Yeah. Keeping that alive is huge. You'll be able to do some counter pressure later on.
Artosis now knows that the dropship is there, so he should be aware of anything potentially happening.
Yeah, he can definitely also abuse with that dropship still. He slows down the 4th base ever so slightly. 10 minutes is kind of a meta timing for the 4th base, but 11 minutes is still kind of on curve. And safety cannon in natural is pretty smart from Dragon.
Yeah, knowing that the dropship made it out, it's absolutely something you should be doing. And with good reason, because here we go.
Yeah, we're about to see that now. Is he going to just, like, unload in the main base once he sees that cannon? Probably, but 3 Dragoons are waiting to pounce on that. Ooh. Yeah, he's not going to get much done with this at all.
No, it was a good try, but unfortunately... Dragon was just ready for it at this point.
He still has 6 factories to produce off of, but Dragon's making a lot of gateways now.
Yeah, gateway explosion on 3 bases. We're up to 9 gates? Interesting.
It will be.
10.
Yeah.
There's 10.
Well, the rule of thumb is you want approximately 1.5 gateway per factory to stay kind of even on trades with the Terran. So you think about it, like 6 factories, you want to have at least 9 or 10 gates. It kind of lines up nicely.
Okay. That's good math to know.
Yeah. It's situational, but it works out to being that on average, I would say.
Alright. Armory's cooking away, +1. 3rd CC coming online. We will get a decent timing on it. For all that's happened, like it's not as fast as... Oh, that's nice. Grabbing the Reaver for free there. And yeah, I mean, obviously a bit delayed from the last couple of games, but still getting a CC at a decent time.
Yeah, I think as long as you're getting it before 13 minutes, it's not the end of the world. It's just when
Yeah.
you're doing like a 14-minute third base, then you're not feeling so hot about it anymore.
Ooh, got a lot of ultra split off over to the right here.
Well, he's delayed the Protoss fourth, right? Like, this
Yeah.
isn't bad from Artosis. Like, this is 12 minutes and beyond, and he still is only just now getting a probe down here to take it. So, relatively speaking, this is not a bad timing for a third from Artie.
Yeah, and he finds the probe up here in the top right, too. So he denies taking another main. This is everything that he could want, he is getting at this point. Minus a bunch of dropship damage, but, like, you know.
Yeah. He's going to try and scan and kill this observer here. He's going to force it into the long bolt missiles of the turrets and take that out. Ooh, shuttle could zealot bomb these tanks. Beautiful unsiege from Artosis, though.
That.
Nice. I love to see it.
That's how you know he's paying attention everywhere on his map.
Yeah. He's playing at roughly the same APM as his ladder games, but he's moving around his screens a little bit faster and kind of surveying what's going on a bit more tentatively.
Yeah, there's definitely a difference when you don't have to entertain people and, like, make a stream worth watching, which, I mean, I guess it depends on your opinion of TTS if it's watchable or not, but, like...
Yeah, the same kind of actions per minute, but slightly more efficient actions per minute, right? The EAPM definitely a bit more on point for Artie this game.
One other thing is that he's not even home, right? He is, all I know he's on West Coast time. He's like, it's 9 a.m. Pacific, right? And I'm like, yeah. And so I don't know where he is. I know he's traveling back from Riyadh, I assume, still.
Maybe visiting family as well while he's over there, who knows?
Yeah. So this is... Playing off your setup is never great, but he's making it look easy.
Yeah, no, he's definitely playing good games today. He doesn't want to get caught in this corner of the map all game long. We don't want to see a repeat of some of his stream games where he just has like one corner of vision and never expands beyond that. So we do need to see a fourth base eventually from him.
Yeah, and this is like I said, this is a great time to take 12 o'clock now.
Around about now. Well, he's got that 180, 190 supply mark. You can kind of push and expand behind that.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean this thing. I meant like since the spawns. But yeah, also at about a minute. Like
he's got that ramp, the bridge walled off as well at the third, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what you want. That's nice. That you definitely need that to cover your flank. So he's set up pretty well here.
Yeah, mine's on the outside, tanks on the inside of this. Nothing's getting across that.
Not so easily, no. And he kind of has to come out soon because he can't just let Dragon like expand too willy-nilly here. He wants to push out onto the map, pressure Dragon while also taking a fourth behind it would be ideal.
Yeah, you need to do something here. The more passive you play, the more your opponent gets away with, right? And if you let Protoss get away with too much, well...
It's not like a ladder Protoss that's being super greedy, but you still have to respect the possibility of them exploding out with their expansions a bit ahead of schedule, yeah.
Arby's on the way. There's a lot of Zealot Templar here, just kind of in the middle. Not very many goons, honestly.
Well, the theory is you kind of like engage in, and just as your Zealots are drying up, you retreat with the goons and kind of cycle in new Zealots over and over again, trying to keep the goons as alive as possible.
Yeah.
And let's see how well he can trade against Artie now, because Artie honestly has a lot of tools at his disposal. As long as he controls his army well, he should be able to flatten this in a frontal engagement.
Yeah, there's no way for Dragon to take a one-on-one fight here. You have to try and pick this apart.
Yeah, for sure. And Artie's going to take that 12 o'clock base now. It's, I would say, about a minute behind schedule, but it's still at a reasonable timing.
Yeah. Oh, this poor shuttle. We lose one Goliath, and that's it.
Yeah. And honestly, the rally point in the bottom left isn't super fast either. No. So, yeah, both players, I would say, are a bit slow to establish themselves. So it will probably even out to being a very close game as a result.
Yeah, I think I'm curious where Artie's going to push on this, right?
Well, he doesn't have to. Like, he can just split the map in half horizontally like this. Dragon's going for Arbiters, so he might eventually go into, like, recalls and stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't think Artie's going to be too worried about recalls. As long as you got, like, a vessel to EMP the 12 o'clock dead zone, you're pretty fine.
Yeah, I don't. This map has a lot of abusable positions for recall, but I don't see already letting that happen at this point. Like, I feel like we've come too far to die to a recall, you know? And I guess maybe that's my hope for a storyline, because obviously here at IPSL everything is scripted, and so we obviously know the winners already. But
well, at least his tanks are better spread this time, but a lot of them aren't firing right now. But the deeper that Dragon goes, the more these tanks will come online.
yeah, and he's out of buffer for the goons, so now it's just goons getting slaughtered.
So it looked like that fight was going good for Dragon initially, but Artie technically came out ahead of that overall.
Yeah, and look at Dragon's bank. He has no gas. What? He hasn't taken. Yeah, he's not mining like any of his extra gases.
No, he's not.
Oh, that's a big mistake.
A lot of Protoss players do that, man. They like get set up like this and forget to mine gas. I think he's just now putting 3 on gas in that bottom left natural, but it's a bit slow.
A lot of Zerg named me also do this a lot, so like I'm very well aware of how this works, which is why I knew what to look for.
Well, I mean, Artosis, he's got 2 choices. Hold the center and expand horizontally, or just come down here and attack this bottom left quadrant and challenge this newly established rally point. And he might be thinking about the latter because he certainly has the army mustered to do so. So far, he now has Arbiters to contend with, so he probably will wait until he can reinforce this army. He hasn't got a lot of Goliaths, so his army is actually something to point out.
We don't have any vessels yet either.
He's going to rely on predominantly scans to deal with this.
Yeah, and I mean, scans are fine, which, you know, we're working
as long as you're
on.
paying 100% attention.
Yeah. Like, we have a bit of energy banked up, but in a longer fight or just protracted, like, poke in, poke outs, like, we're going to run out of scans.
And scans don't last the same amount of time. Like, it has a variation of a few seconds. Like, it could last 11 seconds or it could last 9. You don't quite know for sure. So you have to really be knowing on the ball and paying attention.
Which is one of those wild things to me, is that of all the things to make variable, it's scan time.
Yeah, it's very strange, StarCraft. It's infinitely complex and infinitely deep, but that's why we love it.
Yeah.
Putting some pressure onto this 6 o'clock. He's finally driven a wedge between the 2 rally points, but Dragon's got pretty sizable clump on the left and Zealot streaming from the right.
Yeah,
looking
the problem
to
is
sandwich this army.
A wedge is great, except the part where you're also open from both sides.
Yeah. And his army's not super
stasis.
optimal. Yeah, pretty good stasis. Very good starting storms as well. Yeah, he's going to easily gobble up the majority of that army. Artos is actually surprisingly ahead in supply right now.
He breaks the part breaking the bottom base here, but it doesn't actually break the army. There's still a lot back here.
Yeah. He only killed like 1/2 of it. Yeah, the supply was actually still looking favorited towards Artosis there. He's been macroing pretty solidly this game. His money's not been going too crazy.
No.
Around about the 15 to 20 minute mark, Artosis' macro usually slips and he has like 3,000 minerals, but he's actually doing a pretty good job spending them this game and targeting down the Templars now.
Oh my lord, he's actually going to save the stasis units because he got all he sniped all the storms.
Is Artosis going to win this game?
Is he?
I mean, I don't want to call it too soon, but this is the makings of it. This is definitely the makings of that.
This is not what I expect. Like, obviously, I expected it to be close. They're very good players, and they're very competent against each other. But, like, you know, if you had told me, you know, it's going to be a great series, but Dragon will pull it. Like, yeah, okay, that's no offense to Artie, but that's kind of what I expected. You know?
Right, pretty good Zealot bomb on these tanks. But he is holding the line. He's still got this wedge driven between the 2 rally points. He hasn't quite killed the Nexus at 6. He kind of needs to get in there and finally play whack-a-mole with that.
Yeah.
Looks like he's finally going to get that soon. But his macro has been pretty solid. I mean, look, he's spending all his minerals, and he's getting a new base in the top right natural.
Supplies are not near dead even, or upgrades, I mean, sorry. With supplies too, but like...
He's starting to transfer SCVs to that natural in the top right as well. Once that kicks in, it's going to be huge.
Yeah. This is, honestly, one of the best games I think I've ever seen Artosis play.
In a TVP, I would say. I've seen him play better TVZs, but this is about as good as it gets for his TVPs.
Yeah, this is great. He's actually going to set up turrets here to really try and fortify this position.
I mean, this hasn't been easy, but Artosis has managed to find such a strange win condition. This is a very unorthodox way of beating Protoss.
Yeah, I think at this point, Dragon's a stepping stone to get back at Julian, and that's all he really cares about.
I have to get through you to get to him.
Yeah. You are an inconvenient
he's trying
roadblock.
to flank from both sides. Pretty big pincer maneuver. He has enough energy to stasis as well, but he doesn't get the stasis off. But there should be enough infantry to swallow up these tanks, though. Artosis might have overextended a bit here with this force. Yeah, that's one way we lose the game as Terran, unfortunately.
And yeah, that's not good, but at the same time, like, depending on what Dragon does now, he might be able to macro up and try and hold out, then, you know, maybe sacrifice a little bit of top right, but
yeah,
I don't know. If Dragon goes now, it's very good for him, but does he recognize he needs to, like, just send it, you know?
I think so. I think he's going to start sending it to the top right, especially. Ooh. But yeah, he's going to get at least a few units bled through that defensive line to that base in the top right. Artie's got a couple of tanks and some Goliaths, but not nearly enough to clean up that. He's going to have to evacuate. Artosis is annoyed and frustrated right now. You can see that on the cam there. Rightfully so, because he's let this game slip through his fingers. Like, just a moment ago, he was in a really great spot, and now he's basically in crisis management mode.
Yeah, it went from, this is really good, to, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap.
That's how hard it is to play Terran and StarCraft in general. Like, just a few small miscalculations, and suddenly your army's out of position, all your tanks are clumped up, and you just get swallowed whole.
Yeah. He didn't lose either of the CCs in the top right, which I feel like is worth pointing out that's not bad. There's still a Zealot there to deny it. We got army. There's still an ally to get up here, but
while our third base is still mining, this is technically tenable, but once that third base gets mined out, we're in trouble. So he has got like 2 minutes or so to make this happen and get his army back into good positions, remacro up more tanks. How many tanks is he making at a time right now? He should have at least 3 machine shops.
You got
4. Okay, that's good. That's good. He needs to make pretty much 4 tanks at a time right now.
Yeah, this army is entirely goon at this point, and like a couple of Zealots. So it's really hard to try and find surface area with that when you have tanks behind mines.
But, I mean, equally, Dragon, I mean, he's only mining on 3 bases right now, pretty much, you know? Like, the longer this goes on, the better it gets for Artosis. He just needs to not take damage at this junction.
Yes. If Artie can lick his wounds, sit back, macro up, this is still a very winnable game for him.
Yeah. He's going to be a little bit flimsy for a couple of minutes here, but he's closing that army supply gap ever so slightly. Yeah, and maybe get a good EMP. Oh, that could be a huge EMP! Oh! Both Arbiters and so much goons getting absolutely decimated by that EMP. That's going to really help him out later on.
Yes, that's one of those few things that he needs really to get back in this, and that's something like that will set him up to actually be able to move back into top right.
Yeah, he needs to be careful about when he does that. He's not quite got a high enough tank threshold. He needs to wait. Yeah, these 3 tanks need to get over there first before he's going to be safe in doing so.
Yeah. He's setting up his defensive line super far out here to really try and make sure he has breathing room on these bases. He's not setting up in the choke or anything. He's setting up right up front. That gives him defense of 12 o'clock as well. And if he really wants to push over here, he can get the base.
He's still got a few moments of weakness. Dragon could still bowl over that position with a well-executed attack. If he goes around the side, like you just pointed out, where this bridge is, he could also, start to kind of be annoying to Artosis because most of his army will be out of position. He needs to be a lot more fluid with his army movements to keep up with this.
Yes. One of the nice things, though, is that this is a choke point, right? So
if he needs to shuffle his tanks over a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a bit slow in doing that, though. They're on siege right now. Dragon doesn't want to dive into that, though. Like you were saying, the choke point being a bit of a scary factor here.
Yeah, it's the same thing that happened to Artosis, right? You walk into a point where you shouldn't be. It's a bit of a choke, and then you just kind of get jumped on. And that's exactly what Dragon's worried about right now, right?
Yeah.
All right, he is checking for carriers right now, presumably. Checking all the bases, seeing what's going on.
Mm-hmm. I think he's going to calm down a bit now. I think Artosis, realizing that there's no carriers to worry about, he's splitting the map in half. the more he's going to look at this position, the more he's going to calm down and not freak out as much.
Yeah, this is a very playable position for him.
I would say so. It seemed really scary for a moment there, but he's kind of weathered the storm.
Yeah, this went from, okay, I'm dead, to actually, you know, this is back in a playable position. We have two fresh bases on top of 2 bases that are about to mine out.
Yeah.
So for a short period, we have 4 base income. Like,
well, I think he traded so good in the early mid game that it kind of paid off later on. Like he still has a little bit of life left in him to get remaxed out again, and basically has a second chance, like a second win to not die and actually come back in this game strong as it develops.
Yeah. The biggest issue for Artie is he doesn't really see what's going on right now. He has no vision outside of his little top half of the map. So at any point, attack can come from any angle. Go on.
I mean, Dragon's kind of stagnant right now. I'm wondering if he's thinking about a recall in the top right. Yeah, he is. Okay. I was wondering, okay, what's the plan here? And a recall in the top right does seem like the play.
Wow.
Oh, we got EMPs
ready.
Oh, will he spot it in time? He does notice. Does he EMP? Doesn't matter, actually. He just dies.
I didn't know that could happen.
Artosis tells you that Infinity Turrets doesn't kill an Arbiter, but we can see that's not quite the case.
Infinity Turrets and 2 Goliaths, though. That'll kill it.
That'll make the difference. Oh, he snipes the Templars in the middle. This is huge.
There's 2 more. Can you get them? 1. Come on. 1 more.
There's so much energy on those High Templars. There's like 3 storms apiece down the drain.
Yeah, they were all maxed.
Oh, with Amulet.
5 out of 6. How do you not fight without that?
Oh my gosh,
15
man.
storms. 15 storms. God.
Dragon might get frustrated and start wanting to come in here and challenge this natural third.
Yeah. I think it's a little greedy from Artosis to be taking this right now, but also like,
it is greedy, yeah, it is.
Dragon, I think Dragon's a bit more tilted when he pushed in here than he is like thinking about trying to deny it.
But Artie should just make the CC on the high ground to float down later, I think.
Yeah. But I don't think there's any real way of holding that currently. He's going to push over here with a couple of tanks, a couple Goliaths.
Yeah, this won't really do much. It's a kind of okay idea since he's already maxed out. It's not a big investment.
Yeah.
And it will pull Dragon out of position a bit. It's not the end of the world to lose
everything back, though, to deal with that.
This is such a StarCraft gamer moment, right? Like, it's almost like they got like StarCraft 2 select all army buttons or something. They just send everything at the threat and hope for the best rather than just send what they need to deal with it.
You see an issue? F2, move. F2, move. F2, move.
He needs to get those SCVs mining in that top right. He's got so many idle SCVs.
Yeah. Good D-Matrix here on a forward tank. Artie's looking to make that push down the center again.
Oh, the EMP on those Arbiters would be insane. He's going for it. He's going for it.
Oh, he gets half
of them. Gets like 3 of them. He gets 3 of them. That's pretty good.
And in return, just the vessel gets stasis.
I mean, this is really good for Artosis. Like, kind of everything that needed to happen to make this still a good game for him has happened.
Yeah.
So
we said that all he needed was a few minutes and retake the top right, and you know, a little bit of damage here and there. He scans down here as the carriers are building. This is perfect.
Man. Yeah. But he might need to force a trade because he hasn't got that many Goliaths, so our team might have to attack.
Yeah, he needs to open up supply before the carriers get online. We have 3, which isn't that scary, but with how many?
It's like 6. When it's 4, I think, at least.
Yeah.
With 6 carriers is when it gets really scary. But it takes a little bit of time to build those interceptors up as well.
All right, we're going to move out here. Oh, this could be dangerous.
Oh, the tank's out of position.
Oh, no,
They're all
we could lose before the tanks are...
Blankets of Psionic Storm across that Terran metal.
Oh.
No. Not like this. You got to attack, but don't just unsiege everything in one big clump, man. Oh, my gosh.
Oh,
you hate to see it.
Just tank.
You hate to see it, man. I mean, why does every Terran player play like this?
It's something in the Terran mindset. But now he's only going to be making Goliaths because he probably had a bunch queued up. And
I feel like they should be like a UMS map where you only practice like leapfrogging your tanks and pre-splitting them. He's going to go Wraiths to deal with the carriers, I think.
I hope so. I like Wraiths as a carrier counter.
Yeah, you scan, kill the observers, cloaked wraiths, kill the carriers. It's a good counter when you're this far behind an army.
Yeah. And it also allows you to go back into tank production after you lose them all instead of having to get all Goliaths.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. You got to make Goliaths and tanks now, so you kind of need a little bit extra to pull the weight, or your Goliaths will just get absolutely destroyed.
Yeah. What is this? 3, 6. He's got 8, 7, and then there's the 8 starport. He's got 8 starports. That's
kind of crazy.
That's a little much, brother. Oh, speaking of little much. All right.
Well, if he makes 3 wraiths from each of those starports, he's got 2 control groups of wraiths after just 3 cycles. Kind of nutty.
Yeah.
But the carrier's already moving to position. He has 6 to bear. And 3 arbiters. A lot of turrets there to kind of buffer. He's going to attack his own buildings to deploy the interceptors. As long as the carriers stay moving, like they stay out.
Oh, great EMP there, though.
Yeah, it's going to soften them up a little bit. I mean, this is still workable for Artosis. He's got a decent counter Goliaths. He'll have that Wraith switch as well. He's rebuilding tanks. It's still not a lost game. I mean, yeah, he can still win this.
This is far from over.
Oh, that's Storm on the Goliaths. Yeah, and he's making the right play of like whole positioning down the interceptors when you can't actually reach the carriers. That's always a good play.
Yeah, a lot of people get too greedy and try and go for the carriers, and then you're kind of just like moving around the terrain and everything.
Yeah, based on the map geometry, you kind of have to ignore the carriers and just gun down interceptors some of the time.
Yeah, it's a tough balance though, like trying to do it right. Oh my, look at these turrets.
Ooh, good deep matrix on that. Stasis comes in, but it doesn't stasis the forward tank.
No, but that stasis. Like,
that is crazy. So many Goliaths are basically incapacitated right now. He needs these wraiths soon, man.
All right, well, 6 just popped. We should have cloak. There is 1 observer here.
Yeah, but 6 isn't there.
He targets it down.
He kills it.
That's such Giga Chad play.
Yeah, but he maybe wants to wait for 1 more round of Wraiths to like guarantee chasing down all the carriers, because the Gemini missile's only doing like 20 damage, so you kind of need a lot of them to kill all the carriers. 11 carriers here, by the way.
He is in a great spot to wait because the carriers are kind of stuck out here in the choke point.
Yeah, and they're waiting for the ice cubes to thaw out, right, as well.
Yeah. So at this point, now it's like, oh, we get the carrier. Nice. There's no commitment yet from Dragon, right? Oh, he gets another one? Holy crap. All right. Well,
I mean, there's a chance these Wraiths actually destroy all these carriers.
Oh, yeah, the Wraiths
here they come now.
Yeah, the Wraiths.
He's got the 12. Oh, what will Dragon do about this? There's no observer in sight. He has got some cannons he can retreat to over here,
Look
though.
At his face
That'll help him out.
Let's find out.
Yeah, he's lost so many carriers already.
Yeah, I think you just YOLO on these. Like, you know, at this point, if you trade out the raids for the carriers, that's a good day, you know?
I mean, ain't bad, yeah. And the cannons were soaking up some of the shots on the Goliaths. This is actually not a bad play from Artie. He's pretty much killed all the carriers.
Yeah, we're down to
resetting the
carrier.
game. And there's not much infantry for Dragon.
No.
So even though there's not a lot of tanks for Artie, it doesn't really matter too much. As long as he can build more Wraiths to deal with the next wave of carriers, maybe.
Well, the thing is, right, is he's going to be building 10 Wraiths at a time, basically.
Right? He can't quite afford that right now. He has to kind of choose between infantry and Wraiths. Right now he's building his own ground army, but yeah.
But as opposed to how long carriers take, it's, you know, it'll be easier for Artie to be ready for the next wave than it will be for Dragon.
If he gets another EMP, though.
He's sharking. Okay, he gets it on
the
the
Arbiter. He's got enough energy for one of the carriers.
He's going for a second one. Oh, nice. That's all of them.
It's huge. There's not that many Wraiths, but he's going to scan, kill that observer, and go into cloak mode.
There is another observer, though.
Oh, that's unfortunate. He didn't spot that observer towards the top of the screen.
Yeah.
Loses his window there.
This is a nuts game from these two, by the way. Like, obviously, incredible series, but this game, we're at 36 minutes. There's not really a clear winner at this point. Dragon's starting to get ahead in supply, but Artie
I would say
Dragon's. That's like.
Well, I would say we're just at the point now where Dragon should win the game. I don't think Artosis can keep up anymore with the carrier production. He's going to have to let these bases in the top right more or less die. So I think this is about all she wrote for Artosis, and the counterattack doesn't really matter as long as there's at least one mining base for Protoss to refill interceptors.
Which is Artie's.
Right here.
It is
Yeah,
crazy that
this
he
is-
just gave up on Wraith. He did like one more round of Wraith. It was like, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if he had gone for another round, like it's just Wraiths are really good. Like, and sure, you know, I get it. You really want to go back into tank Goliath because it's better against there. Oh, this is nice.
He's gonna almost kill a carrier to turrets though.
Yeah, that's painful.
But a dragon should have this at this point. He's got infantry supporting the carriers on his last 2 mining bases.
Yeah.
Artosis is killing a single expansion in the bottom left quadrant. It's not going to be good enough compensation.
No, and it's not even like the main where the rally is or anything. It's
Right. Yeah, it's a shame because Artie came so close to winning this game, man.
I'm really surprised he never built factories in the top right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if there were factories up here and some amount of like rallied out tank Goliath, I think that's infinitely harder to break.
Maybe a little bit. I don't hate how Artie approached it either, but
Floating down to take. All right, we are gaming, boys.
oh man, that's the last bastion of hope. Artosis getting that base, but how is he going to contend with these carriers, man? They're just going to get larger and larger in number. He needs like 3 control groups of Goliaths, and he just doesn't have that.
I mean, we're 2-3-2 on our upgrades for the carriers.
Yeah, the upgrades are pretty insane for Dragon as well. He's played pretty good this game, despite having some awkward positions to deal with.
You know, we joke about Julian's salt about lag. I can't wait to see Artie posting about carriers after this series.
Well, at least this is kind of like, you know, confirming his propaganda, right?
Yeah, that's true. At least this game did have carriers.
It's a win-win. Either he wins or he looks right.
Yeah. Now I get it. Now I understand why Terrans play the way they do.
Now you get it. Now you understand.
Oh, man. It's so sad. GG is called.
GG. Unfortunate for Artosis that he came so close to winning this series, man.
Yeah.
Literally just a few tiny adjustments to his play, and I feel like he'll be a regular, reliable competitor. He's just not quite there yet.
Yeah, that just breaks my soul because that was so close, too.
Like, so many of his problems stem from, like, putting himself into awkward positioning, not splitting his tanks, and just little tiny things like that. They seem like not a big deal, but in these tournament settings, it's enough to completely throw one game.
Yeah. I think everyone needs a breather after that one. That was incredible. Like, I mean, if Hardy breaks the desk that he's sitting at after that, yeah, I get it. But like, also, like, all right, guys, we're gonna take a quick break here. I need a minute to breathe after that. I need to get a drink. Guys, don't go
Sounds
anywhere.
good.
We have one more series. Don't go anywhere. Hello, hello. Holy crap. We are back after that incredible series. Oh. I don't know about you, Zen, but I feel tired already just from casting that.
It's tired watching games like that, man. Yeah, it's kind of insane. They both played their hearts out, and Artosis might have lost the game, but he's got a lot of food for thought, a lot of replays to analyze, and he's still in the BSL as well. If you want to go
Yeah.
check that out. But yeah, honestly, he can't feel too salty about that. He did play some pretty darn good games today.
Yes. And, I mean, he looked so good, and that only gives me hope for his BSL run. Like,
Yeah.
there's no way he doesn't do well tomorrow in BSL after looking like that today, you know?
Yeah, I'll be casting that tomorrow, guys. If you want to come and check that out over on the Zero's channel.
Yes, if you
Please
want to hear
come
his
stop
beautiful
by.
voice, that's exactly where you want to be. Yeah. So now we get Julian versus Dragon for the final match. Who would have thought this is what it would come down to?
Yeah. It's a bit of a shame Artie didn't pull it out of the bag. He did so well, man. Came so close, but flew too close to that sun and got burnt at the end. Now we've got a pretty fun match in Julian versus Dragon. My money's going to be on Dragon. He's a PvZ specialist, and
Yes.
while Julian might have a few tricks up his sleeves, I think Dragon's just the overall slightly superior player here.
Oh,
I was just saying off air, I want to see Julian get his limbs pulled off. I just want, like you were saying, like 4 horses, each one attached to an arm and a leg, and just 4 separate directions and go.
I would never say that out loud, wink. No, it's I think Dragon deserves to make it out after a series like that. I'm really sad Artie lost. Like, honestly, I think Artie deserved that win, but Protoss, man, it is what it is.
It is what it is, guys. Honestly, usually Protoss players have a hard time in PvZ, though, but Dragon's not one of those guys. He's like one of the exceptions to the rule where he's a lot better in PvZ than PvT, actually.
Yeah. Guys, if you enjoyed that banger and you want to see more of them, consider supporting the league. All of this you could do monthly, you could do one time, all of it goes into helping make this league happen. And I don't know, I seem to be enjoying the game so far. I'm pretty sure, Zun, you seem to be enjoying the game so far.
Oh, yeah.
Chat seems to be enjoying the game so far, so there's no reason not to support, guys. Help out. You join the Patreon or the Ko-Fi. They're basically the same thing. It's really just which one you like more. Of course, and then also get your merch. We've talked about it a couple times. If you're just a t-shirt person, you don't have to wear polos for work like the rest of us peasants. You just want a sick shirt. Honestly, I kind of like the red t-shirt.
No, it's quite nice, actually.
Yeah. And we are running a discount, guys. It's holiday season, so, no better time to buy. Discount code PLATINUM10. That will get you 10% off your order. And also, if you're a Twitch subby, you get 10% off as well, so.
Oh, okay.
Definitely worth taking a look into.
I like the fact that it's more like embroidery rather than just something stamped on as well.
Yes.
Definitely getting more quality over quantity there, guys. Getting some value for your money, and you are supporting StarCraft and this league in particular by doing so. So please consider supporting.
Yeah, it's like an extra $4 or $5 to do the embroidery, so it is a little bit more pricey. But at the same time, I hate buying shirts that just immediately rip apart in the wash. Like, I have bought plenty of merch from plenty of other people, and all of a sudden it fades off after 5 washes, and I'm like, well, that was a waste of money.
Cheap and tearful.
Yeah. Cost a couple extra bucks, but you know what? It just, it's gonna be good,
Right.
And
I mean, something that's well made like that could last many years, so you're getting your money's worth at least.
Yes. And I mean, these hoodies, I really can't wait to get mine. Even though I live in Oklahoma and we don't really have a whole lot of cold, it's hitting that point of the year where it's going to be just a little cold out, which for Oklahoma is, plus 10°C,
It's taken a plunge here in the UK as well. We went from like reasonably sunny days to like -2 already.
Yeah,
Celsius, yeah.
Platinum 10, guys. I mean, I guess I can show you it's bright. But yeah, 10% off your entire order with Platinum 10. Welcome to the back end of the merch store.
I hate white background stuff, man. Dude. I really do hate black and white.
So I use Dark Reader, right, which is just a great extension. and it'll just force things to dark mode. But it doesn't always work because of how people build their websites. So it doesn't work on the merch back end. But yeah, guys, consider supporting. You know, if you want to be an annual donator, if you want to donate $10 a year, you most certainly can do that. You can be what you want to be.
It's 2025 after all, right?
Yeah, exactly. So guys, consider supporting. Hell, if you want to sub, on the channel, there's also the tips button if you want the TTS and, you know, laugh at your name popping up. All right. It looks like our players are ready. Let's go ahead and get a map order here, and then we can get into our final series of the day.
Okay, so is he saying banning knockout? I think he said KO out.
Yes. So we banned knockout and we banned Tempest, which to shock of nobody. Banning knockout's a bit different.
Yeah, interesting.
I like it.
Maybe not very Hydra bustable or something, you know, the trench. Maybe he wants to find some Hydra busts here.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess of all the people to ban a standard map, it's not surprising that Julian's the one who does it.
Right.
So
that does mean we're going to be on Dominator first, guys. I'm pretty excited for this series. The final series of the evening.
Yes, this is how we should end it. Is another. I don't know if anything can live up to that last series, but I have a feeling this is going to be another great one anyways.
Yeah, let's get it, guys. Julian versus Dragon on Dominator. Game number 1. Spawning in the top left, representing Poland as the Red Zerg, Julian. And in the as the Blue Protoss, the Dragon himself from Canada.
Oh boy, we're getting nationalities involved now.
I'm getting warmed up for my BSL cast tomorrow.
I don't know. Every time I guess where someone's from, I'm wrong, so I just gave up on it.
Occasionally I'll slip up, but I'm not too bad.
Oh, man. I'm curious what Julian... So, I have seen Julian just ling all in, like at Hive Tech. There's like, rush to Hive Tech and then just crackling all in. And I'm curious...
Crackling all in.
I know, it sounds stupid. But the thing is, he literally does nothing but build cracklings off like a super low drone count.
Sounds like the really old school way. I don't know if you were around at that time, but there was an era, like I'm talking way back when, like 2 base Hive Zerg crackling with a few ultras peppered in wasn't that uncommon.
Oh man, that's nuts. No, I was not here for that, but that is absolutely my kind of meta.
Yeah. We sometimes have crazy free-for-all games back then as well, where we were doing like 1 base Hive plays, all kinds of shenanigans.
Yes, it is. I know some people who idolize like the days of old, right? Like the good old days of Brood War, and it's like, yeah, you know what? There was a lot of fun there, but I still feel like we have a lot of good games nowadays. Like some people hate like the eggs on ramps and stuff, and I'm like, come on, guys, like. I think the game has gotten a little bit better with stuff like that.
No, I think the modern era is so much more balanced. There was a lot of maps back in the day that were so one-sided, it was insane. Ooh,
nice
the
work,
pro
Dragon.
block. Yeah, slowing that down ever so slightly.
He's not going to commit to the block, but...
Well, he didn't spot the second Overlord, so he needs to make sure this isn't a fake and it's a pull first.
Yeah. All right, so Nexus down. We're going to get cannon here. Yeah, I should go 1 cannon into gateway from here, probably.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of Zergs kind of hiding the path of that second Overlord to like make it harder for the Protoss to commit to blocking and stuff.
Yeah. It's one of those things, it's one of the mind games of StarCraft, right?
Yeah.
We're going to get a gas steal. I love it.
It's Julian after all, so I mean.
It truly is just how StarCraft was meant to be played, which is just nothing makes sense. Just do everything.
You can just take his natural gas just before the Nexus is about to warp in. It's not too bad, actually.
Yeah. It doesn't really affect him early game. That's kind of why gas steal against everything but Terran is useless. Is because most other times you can take their natural gas or don't need their gas as quickly. They have options.
Yeah. Well, a lot of these guys rely on very gimmicky plays to try and get in the head of their opponent. They can't just play straight up games and feel comfortable. They feel like they have to do something tricksy to get one over their opponent to play a good game after that. But against a player like Dragon, I don't think this is going to be too successful. I don't think it's going to kill him or anything.
Yes. I do want to say thank everyone in chat. I see all the subbies rolling in. I appreciate all of you. You guys are really helping us out here with what we do. Keep StarCraft moving.
It's still pretty early days for you with IPSL, but it's been coming along nicely. You've been steadily growing, and I hope to see you get bigger and bigger.
People are loving it, and that's one of the things. Is like as a TO, it's super easy to second guess yourself. Like, will people actually enjoy this, or like, is it just, am I doing it because I want to do it, or because I think people will actually enjoy it, right? Which, you know, I enjoy doing it. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, but my advice would be just focus on the fact that you enjoy it and just try and make it fun. Like if you're enjoying doing it and everyone else is having fun, it should all kind of fit into place. Like don't try and force it.
Oh,
One of the problems with these new RTSs, they try and force a competitive scene before even making a good game. Just focus on making a good stream that you enjoy doing, and the rest will fall into place, I would say.
I was actually thinking about that earlier when you were talking about like the development of Brood War. And it's like, yeah, they just wanted to make a good game, as opposed to every game. And this isn't even unique to RTS anymore. It's really every game that comes out has to be an esport, or it has to be the pinnacle of something.
Mm-hmm. It should stand on its own. Like it should be such a good game that it has an esport scene, right?
Yeah. Esports come around because we enjoy playing the game so much, not because like you. And I mean, to be fair, Blizzard kind of ruined that with StarCraft 2, where they literally just poured money into the scene until an esports league started. So, like, to be fair to everybody else, Blizzard kind of is the reason that mentality exists.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Julian clears up that Zealot pretty easily. He got a 3-on-1 trade against that.
Yeah, that's not a great spot for the Zealot to hide.
Yeah. You can be happy about that. He's actually making quite a lot of Zerglings right now. How many has he got total? Okay, not too many. 10. Not too. I thought for a second they had like 12 or something. That'd be a bit aggressive.
Yes. It's just enough to keep Dragon scared and maybe even force. I don't think you should build a second cannon, but there's a world where he like. That's a lot of lings. I think Julian might be hoping for that as he gets his Spire play ready.
Yeah, the Corsair's going to confirm that there's nothing too crazy to worry about. No Hydra Burst or anything like that. But it's going to be a cross tech, right? He's going to be kind of dipping into the Spire and the Den.
He might be doing it just for Scourge and then going, oh, no, he cancels the Hydra Den.
Interesting. Okay. I don't necessarily like that. I think like one of the strengths of Zerg is representing two different tech trees and keeping the Protoss guessing. Yeah.
Because the tech buildings themselves aren't that expensive. It's trying to build all the units where you really end up running into issues. So because a Hydra Den is like 50 or 100 gas. It's really not that expensive.
50.
Yeah.
150 it is, yeah.
Yeah, it's dirt cheap. You can afford to drop it down, and even if you never use it in a game. Like, they're always going to be like, is Lurkers coming? Are Hydras coming? They never really know.
Yeah, they almost have to sacrifice, because at this point there's Scourge out, right? So you kind of have to sacrifice Zealots or Scourge to even know what's coming. Sorry, Zealots or Corsairs.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to sacrifice the Zealots here to try and get some stuff in here.
You're going to spot a few Hydras popping out. There's a Sunken about to morph in, but it's not quite done in time. He should be able to maybe kill this. He needs to drone drill.
Yeah,
he's not getting the drill.
Area here.
Yeah, this is problematic for Julian, man. Like, Dragon's on top of him right now. I don't think he made any mutas as well. This is just Hydra.
Yeah. You know what? I think this was a double Hydra Den because there's the one like over here. So I think that's what happened there is that he had two Hydra Dens.
Yeah, maybe.
That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. I mean, he's in a lot of trouble though. Like, he's not dead, but
no, this is not.
He's lost a lot of mining time, and I don't know, man. Like, I'm a little bit worried for Julian. That's not too bad.
Only one Zealot getting home, and he's got 20 health. You know.
Yeah, it's some compensation. I guess he didn't lose too many drones as well.
Yes.
So it's not too bad.
While he didn't get any good drills, he had very good control overall to not lose anything.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
All right, Invisible
The DT
Man.
follow-up could be huge. I don't think he's got an Overlord at the third. I think he's floating one over, though, yeah.
Yeah.
Corsairs could try and snipe that, but Scourge are in position to respond.
Yeah, I think Julian's ready for some DT play, or at least he's got it in his head that it could happen. Overlord speed finishes. Yeah, he was definitely expecting it.
Oh, he might just bet. He's targeting the DT down. Does
DT
manage
dies.
to kill it.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of Hydras, so he might still do a lot of damage with these Zealots, and he hasn't transitioned these Hydras from the natural rally over here to the third base, so still going to get a little bit of pressure with these Zealots, but doesn't kill many drones or anything still.
Now the Corsairs have free reign over here in the natural to pick off an Overlord.
Yeah, there's a couple hiding spots for the Overlords right now in like the top left and right at the top of the screen on the right, but if he hunts those down, it's a bit of a win.
Yeah, he definitely should be. Yeah, look at that.
It's nice. It's kind of funny, like Julian's got like an Overlord in like the bottom corners of the map as well.
Yeah, and at this point we're gonna start hunting. He's like, all right, you gotta have Overlords somewhere, right?
Hmm. So how many gateways have we got for Dragon? Okay.
Yeah, 7 gates.
Well, 8 if, with the one in the natural.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm so used to the wall getting destroyed. I'm like, yeah, there's 7 at the main.
And that's another thing with Zerg versus Protoss. You kind of want to, at match and beyond 1-to-1 hatchery versus gateway in the late game. That's why like Zergs will always power up to at least 9, but ideally 10 hatcheries worth of production.
That makes sense. You know, larva is, you know, a fickle resource. You really need a lot of it to be able to do anything, especially when your entire trade is, I have enough stuff that when you storm me, I can keep fighting, basically.
Right. And the Settles there hasn't been that successful. I mean, Julian's kind of held his own. I would say still Dragon's in a slightly better position, but it's still not bad for the Zerg.
Yeah. Dragon has been doing good at pushing in different angles, but he hasn't really broken anything yet. He hasn't gotten any real damage.
And now there's a critical mass of Hydras that's been ascertained, so it'd be much harder now to do anything with those speed lots. He kind of has to wait for the Zealot Templar phase to kick in full swing.
Yeah.
Was that a drop? Was he faking a drop?
I think he's faking a drop, but...
I think he's going to... Oh, no, he actually might go for a drop. Look at the Hydras.
Oh, shit. Yeah, this is actually a drop. Oh, no.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought it might have been.
All right, well, Dragon now knows it's coming. Doesn't really matter, though. There's still a lot of Hydras.
Yeah, let's see how much this does. Like, 1 or 2 storms can still clean this up. And he's got some cannons in the main. Oh. He might hesitate about dropping now.
If you could drop over here, though, and get everything out pretty
easily. But if they see it coming, they're going to have, like, High Templars moving into position, so it's not ideal. You don't want to do that, really.
Yeah.
Zerg drops are pretty weak unless you catch them off guard.
He's going to go for Lurkers here. A Lurker drop, perhaps? I do like that. I like Lurkers in general against this many Zealots.
Yeah, I think most Zergs would, but these 2 eggs are now caught out of position. A little bit precarious for Julian.
Oh, no, they finish.
Okay. There's no observer here just yet, right? 1 storm will finish it off, though.
Yeah. And, I mean, Dragon's just going to rip this all apart.
Seems, although there's a wraparound from behind. Julian's got some Hydra Lurker to the south. Maybe he can do something with this.
All right, yeah, if we can capture all this.
Picks off the High Templars. The only one that had energy to storm dies.
Yeah.
Should be able to clean this up. Dragon's taking a 3rd behind this, but Julian also has a 4th.
Yeah, and he wanted to take this base, but... there are still 3 Corsairs alive, and they've got these things have stories to tell.
Mm-hmm. They might not never get to tell them though. Well, one of them doesn't.
Yeah, one of them. His story ends here.
Mm-hmm. But as the voice line says, it's a good day to die.
True. I don't know. I'd rather die on like a Tuesday or a Monday. Honestly, just get me out of
You're
work.
a Monday guy, just to get away from the rest of the week. Yeah, I
like,
can see that.
Monday, Tuesday. Like, if it's like Thursday or Friday, it feels bad because you're like, oh come on, I died on a, I died right before the weekend. As opposed
You're
to
a
like,
leisure maxer.
Exactly. Oh no. That overlord's gotta run.
Oh, he spots the 4th base attempt from Dragon. That's a good scout, but can he punish it? Right now, he's going to have to deal with Dragon that's coming to skirmish at his door.
Yeah, I don't think he can really move out anytime soon.
And Protoss won't be necessarily attacking here. This is just to like force some trades and then back out again.
Yeah. Poke in, drop a storm, back out, basically.
That kind of stuff, yeah.
Storm
Seems like he's a little bit light on
literally
tempers
free.
right now. But yeah, he's still gonna basically skirmish with the Zerg.
Yeah, and it keeps Julian back at home too, because you really can't move out when this much army's on your doorstep.
Yeah. Dragoons are like siege tanks. You gotta respect them.
He doesn't actually have any lurkers over here yet. He's getting some in position, but they're getting stormed down pretty quickly.
Dragon can actually break this,
Yeah, there's a world where Dragon just comes on in here. Ooh.
Getting a lot of drone kills. That's even just worth it alone.
Yeah, that first storm didn't kill enough drones. We're going to drop a second storm in the same spot just to be safe.
I mean, the fact that he's getting away with a 4th base while doing this is huge. I've said this a lot in StarCraft, but sometimes it's not like a StarCraft saying, but literally the best form of defense is offense.
Yeah.
And especially in StarCraft, that is exemplified by many factors usually.
Yeah. I've never heard that phrase anywhere else in the world except in StarCraft, of course. No, but it's I've always said like win a fight, take a base. Lose a fight, take a base. Like if there's ever like a lull in the action, you got to be expanding. You got to be really pushing, especially if you win a fight, right?
Yeah, well, Dragon is winning this fight quite handily. I think Julian might have to just tap out here.
GG's.
Okay.
GLs, I guess I should say.
Easy from Dragon. I mean, sometimes you got to fight BM with BM, right?
Yeah, we got to have a little bit of fun around here, I guess.
Yeah, Dragon's not shy from being a bit BM if you poke him.
No. And I don't think it helps that it's Julian,
That's the funny thing about it, is that like someone like Julian won't get under Dragon's skin. Dragon usually tilts from things that happen in the game rather than someone's personality, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Like if he had tilted against Artosis, there was, it probably did after game 1.
Right.
But yeah, there's no way Julian's going to bother him enough where it's really noticeable.
Not with his words, anyway. If he did some
True.
like kind of freaky play that caught Dragon off guard, then maybe he'd be a bit tilted.
4-pool.
I mean, if he doesn't 11 Forge, there's a chance 4-pool works.
That's true. Fighting Spirit for our map number 2.
I don't like this map, by the way. I know it's such a staple in the old school days of StarCraft, but I really don't like it.
Yeah, it's I'm surprised it stuck around. This, like, I guess, like, how long did Lost Temple stick around for? I guess Fighting Spirit really.
I actually think Fighting Spirit lasted longer than Lost Temple, because we had maps like Luna come out pretty quickly after LT.
That's fair. We've had a lot of remakes of Lost Temple versus we still just use Fighting Spirit.
Yeah, we had Reverse Lost Temple as well at one point, but that didn't stick around too long.
Yeah, that one was not the best.
Yeah, I think Python and Fighting Spirit are like Python and Fighting Spirit are the 2 maps that stuck around the longest and were not good maps.
Although on the other hand, maps that didn't stick around at all and were good is Vermeer. Like, as much as I hate Vermeer, like realistically, it wasn't a bad map.
It wasn't balanced, but I actually kind of liked Vermeer. Yeah, it wasn't bad design.
Yeah, I was surprised how fast it rotated out with like everything else that sticks around. I am glad that it rotated out to give us something more like a Radion, you know, and a knockout.
Yeah.
I hope those maps stick around for a while.
Right. But the one thing going for us is that in Fighting Spirit, this is the only matchup that's slightly balanced. Like in TVZ, it's very Terran favored. In PVT, it's very Terran favored. In ZVP, it's only ever so slightly Zerg favored. So it's pretty balanced.
So what I'm hearing is that this map is just a Terran map.
It is actually, yeah.
Don't let the Terran team say that.
If you play Terran, this is a pretty good map.
All right. Our players need just a second here, so. What are your predictions for game 2? Do you have any thoughts?
I think Dragon's still going to win. And I think the third base is quite easy to hold for Protoss on this map, so I don't think he's going to have any problems here.
Yeah, that sounds about right. It's I don't know. I'm curious if Julian does something just like entirely insane, right? To really try and.
What do you define as insane?
That's a good question. I wonder if you
like
do
3 enemy lurker drop.
Well, I'm curious if you'll go the other way and do like a 3 hatch before pool or gas type build. Maybe not before pool.
Oh, okay.
It's a little too insane. Even well, no. Let me rephrase. That's exactly something Julian would do. I don't know if he should in this spot.
Yeah. Plus, you don't know. Dragon might go for like 2 gate in the natural or something, you know?
Yeah.
That was a popular build on this map back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, back in the day, very different StarCraft.
IC Cup era, yeah. Well, seems like both players are ready, guys. So let's jump into game number 2, Dragon versus Julian on Fighting Spirit. Let's get it. Spawning in the top right. Currently 1-0 down as the Blues, Julian. His opponent. In the top left, enjoying a 1-0 lead. Dragon is the red Protoss. I'm scouting the wrong direction with the Overlord, but that's to be expected. Go on.
Yeah, that's why I like anti-scouting sometimes in my Overlord. Because sometimes it works, you know?
The reverse scout. It's really good in ZVZ, actually, to reverse scout.
True. ZVZ does make it a lot more fun when you do stuff like that. And then you find them and they're like, wait, what are you doing? And I'm like, nah, don't worry about it. I'm winning. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, the timings of it actually work out. Say if you want a 12 hatch in your natural and you reverse scout and you see their Overlord is going to scout you first, you can then quickly go 12 pool so you won't just die to a 9 pool that scouted you first.
Yes.
That sort of thing.
There's a lot of... It's definitely a lot more playable, and you get that if you see that coming when you're trying to do something stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And as a certified enjoyer of doing something stupid, you know?
I mean, sometimes doing something stupid is fun, right? And if you don't know what you're doing, your opponent certainly doesn't.
Correct. All right, overpool here. That'd be very good if you, like you said, 2-gate was very popular on this map, but...
Hey, look at that forge timing. That's an 11 forge. So he's expecting potentially a 4 pool, but he's also calculating that on Fighting Spirit, you have a very quick rush distance. Like this horizontal spawn is like just over 20-second rush distance. It's not far at all.
Yeah, this map is a lot shorter than it feels like sometimes.
Yeah, that's why it's so good for TVZ, because like you can sunken bust so easily because the sunkens don't even finish in time.
Yeah, you gotta have your timings really set on this map.
Yeah.
But I don't think we're gonna see anything too fancy here, I guess. At least not in the early game.
Yeah. It's like he's gonna get away with not making a cannon for a while as well. Go in, Forge Nexus, Gate, Cannon. Oh, he does make the cannon, okay. I was gonna say. maybe he's looking for one pair of lings and then tries to make a gate, but he makes 4, so I guess you got to make the cannon.
Yeah, with 4 lings, it's worth just. A lot of times people optimize their way into their own demise, you know?
Yeah, and on fighting spirit of these rush distances, it's better not to take those chances.
Yeah, you might as well just play it safe, do the right thing, and, I mean, win. If you really think
Winning's
you're
fun.
favored in the long-term game.
Like, look at this. He started that cannon before the lings were, like, just coming down the ramp, and it still technically didn't warp in time. You see that crazy rush distance? It's
yeah, that's
nutty.
nuts. Yeah, I think
Ooh.
it's a very good thing that Dragon respected that.
Yeah, no, I agree. Look at the third base location for Julian. That's
Ooh.
a bit off meta there. That's, yeah,
I like
very
that.
spicy.
That's not going to get scouted for some time, for sure.
You can kind of represent like a, 2-hatch lair into fast muta timing when actually he could also do a Hydra bust with this and hide the Hydra den at the third base. There's a few different things you can do with that.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of potential, especially hidden bases, in my opinion, work better against Protoss than Terran as Zerg, because Terrans will just scan the entire world until they find what you're doing, right?
Unless you take a really awkward base. Sometimes they just won't find that base. They scan all the other corners and
Take
check
the
all...
middle.
Take the middle. I'm not so sure about that one.
Yeah, but it's against Protoss, it's a lot easier to hide tech, I feel like. Unless they're really diligently scouting.
Yeah, I would say on average, it's not too difficult to hide it. He's going deep with that Overlord. I wonder if Dragon's going to make a Dragoon now.
I wouldn't be like, it wouldn't be a bad play to make a Dragoon.
Yeah,
here.
I think we might see a Dragoon pop out. It's got to be quick about it, because the Overlord can hide behind that mineral line soon. It needs to pop out in just a few moments to be quick enough.
Yeah. Alright, lots of lings coming out here. And I wonder if there's a world where you see this many lings popping, and you're like, I want the Dragoon, but you kind of need the Zealot more to make sure you don't die to the lings.
Yeah, you worried about a ling flood as well, just one single cannon. Yeah, I don't think he would have gotten the Overlord just barely, so it's safer to make the Zealot, I would say. There's a chance that Overlord survives with like a couple of hits left.
Alright, Probe now looking around like, you should have a third base somewhere, right?
Yeah, we didn't see a super fast lair, so he's a bit skeptical, rightly so.
Yeah. The Probe does get stopped, though, so he's not going to actually find it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So, no second gas yet. So, maybe not going to be an Ogre Zerg commitment from him.
No.
Well, he's just now taken it, so he could make 5. But it will take him a little bit of time to get there.
Yeah, he just... This feels a lot more like Scourge, but at the same time, he doesn't have... Like, there's no Hydra Den or anything that I can see.
Well, this feels like 2 Scourge into 5 Muta into Hydra.
Yeah, that would be a good build for this.
We'll see.
There's the Hydra Den coming down as part of the wall. And this is where hiding stuff gets a little bit harder. It's when he just kind of shift-clicks the Corsairs around the edges of the map.
He might find this Overlord down here, though. Ooh. Yeah, he's going to find it just barely.
Ooh. Oh, he doesn't actually see it.
No way.
But
he was right on the edge of it. Oh, does he notice, though? Are we having a soul key moment where he sees the edge of the creep but doesn't react to it?
No, that might be it. That might just do it.
Oh, the Scourger in interception catches one of them. Can he actually finish it off, though?
Oh, God, Scourger's so stupid.
They really are. Scourge are the worst units in the game.
They're
oh my God.
dumb.
Yeah.
Oh, hello. Mazel's on move command here. Getting pummeled at by lings.
Trying to take his lunch money.
Give me your lunch money. Dum, 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 dum. Do you imagine if Zerg had the orc ability from Warcraft 3 where you could take resources from destroying buildings?
That'd be pretty wild. I would
That's what
say
I need.
imbalanced.
I don't know. That sounds pretty balanced to me.
No bias at all there, right?
Not a single bit. Alright, so Dragon's definitely sharking around for another base, but I don't know if he's ever gonna find this
Oh
base
my
here at
gosh,
6 o'clock.
it's mad. He actually saw the Overlord, didn't kill it, saw the creep, didn't identify it.
Man, why can't I play against Protosses like this? Alright, his camera's clicked down here now.
His vision's based on movement, aren't?
Yeah. I move too much, clearly. I need that static photo camera that Julian's got.
Yeah, that's why he's getting away with murder.
Yeah, by the time we find it, it's too late. It's a little too packed.
Yeah. It's just barely been set up well enough that you can't really counter it.
Yeah.
Which is a shame, because he probably would have had a timing to punish that.
Oh, absolutely. There was definitely a window where he could have got in there and got some real damage done.
Yeah. This SimCity should be tough enough to not break as well. Like, I don't think he's coming in here either.
We did go up to 6 Corsairs.
I mean, he hasn't killed that many Overlords. He's kind of just barely hiding them, like this one at the slightly down to the bottom right, also not being spotted.
This is crazy. There's one right there.
Why isn't he hunting for them? He's gonna get the one at 12 though, maybe. Oh, please tell me he's gonna at least get that one. This is maddening. This is maddening. How is he not hunting these down? He's gonna get that one at least, I guess, but still.
Every Protoss I play on ladder knows where every one of my Overlords is.
Yeah, but now he has to worry about soft contain. Like, his Zealots aren't out on the map, so now he could get soft contained.
Yeah. He does have Templars here. We should definitely have Storm at this point. He's got a few Storms in the bank.
Yeah, there's a decent amount here, so maybe it's actually not going to be a problem. With good Storm dodging, you can still be annoying, but it seems like he's no JD Conan. He's going to kill a High Templar, but bleed off a lot of Hydras.
Ooh.
Okay, that's pretty good. But yeah, he's bled too many Hydras to make this super worth it.
Yeah, now we're going to run over here. There's Lurker Eggs morphing, but there's no Lurkers out yet.
Yeah. Wait, is he in trouble now? Because he needs to egg block this. He needs to egg block that choke. Ooh. There's just barely enough room to get these Zealots in here.
Yeah, it doesn't actually choke it.
Oh, the Lurkers are finally out. I think he's going to hold.
But just...
It's actually not bad for Julian killing all those Zealots, though.
Yeah. I think Dragon overcommitted a little bit here.
Yeah, I would say so. It's the funny thing about StarCraft. It's like that horseshoe effect that Artosis has talked about in the past. Like, sometimes you make these slight, like, awkward plays that end up helping you out because your opponent tries to punish you, and then you end up coming out on top because you trapped all their units or something.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I've always said that if, like, sure, Zealots will get in or something, but if you can body block them and kill them all off, that's really good in the end. That's really useful.
And this is huge, because if he denies the third going up from Dragon, then now we're talking.
Yeah, it's suddenly a playable position.
Very playable.
He's taking bottom left, and he's going to rotate out here to try and get it, but Julian's going to catch these Zealots in the middle of the walking down.
Yeah, he might still be able to get down there, though. They're kind of bugged out, though. Look, having a bit of pathing issues.
Yeah.
Julian's going to get down there with some defenses now to deny that snipe on the hatchery.
Oh. Dragon, not sure if he's committing to it or not, seems like.
No. But he's not getting a third base, which is critical.
Yeah, this is a really weird game from Dragon at this point.
There's like one lurker at the 12 o'clock to kind of deny that.
Yeah. Oh, it's not even in range. Rip.
It can hit the Nexus once it starts, though.
Oh, this
he's
is
going to kill his fourth
spread of
base.
Zealots.
I guess he can cancel it still, so it's not the end of the world. But it's a pretty good catch to kill the fourth hatchery at this timing.
Run, drone, run! But we end up getting clean up here on all of the Zealots, which, you know, not bad.
Yeah.
Especially
And
since he hasn't started his third yet.
Yeah. This is actually working out for Julian quite a lot.
All right, the army will come up here and make sure that it's not that much of an issue.
Ooh, bit of a flock of Scourge being made as well to try and take away that air superiority.
Yes. It's just so hard to get connections against 5+1 Corsairs.
Especially when they're like stacked up and you can't split the Scourge against them. They sometimes all just bomb onto one of them.
Yeah. There's no worse feeling than losing all of your Scourge to one Corsair. And you're like, well, that was fun. GG's.
A lot of wasted lava and gas, no big deal.
Yeah, I didn't need it anyways.
I don't think this is smart from Julian, though. There's no way he can set up this contain.
No, he's definitely trying to force something that isn't quite there.
Yeah, he's given a window back into the game for Dragon. Like, this was a pretty okay spot for Julian, but he's bleeding too many units.
Yes. I mean, if he gets up here and denies this, it's still not actually that bad.
Yeah, tactically it's okay if he gets the denial, but then he's got to survive the counterattack.
True. If you can kill your opponent all day long, but if you can't survive the follow-up all in, you know? That's just about it.
He's got some units to defend this, but not that many lurkers, and there's plenty of Dragoons blanketing the Hydras with Sonic Storm as well. Dragon trying to run it down on this. Unless the observers die, which is not going to happen. He's got 3 observers to kind of guarantee pushing through this. Another excuse from Julian. Julian is knocked out, and Dragon is going to be finally breaking out of this group.
Well played. Dragon earned that, for sure.
Yeah. And I love that we got some saltiness from Julian at the end, you know, seasoning the dish.
Well, there's only one thing left to do at a time like this. And that's get our boy in a voice chat and have an interview.
Yeah, sure, man.
Perfect. All right. Oh, all right. We'll give Dragon a minute here to collect his thoughts, have a deep breath after playing the meme master himself, Julian. But
yeah, it wouldn't really be a Julian game without excuses and BM, right?
you know, you gotta have a little bit of fun with it. Fun. You know, it is what it is. All right. Well. Let's give Dragon a minute there. There he is. All right, we'll pull him on up. Hello, Dragon. How are you today?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you. How are you feeling after that game?
Well, relieved, I guess. Playing very well today. And I think I almost threw that last game, so I'm glad that I ended up pulling it back.
Yeah, that last game was a little on the rocks there for a minute.
Well, talk us through the games against Artosis. How did you feel during that best of 3? Because that was a pretty close series, man.
Well, my PvT is kind of a work in progress. I've been trying to use Reavers a lot more, and it's not really working out for me.
Yeah.
The Dominator game, I think I just wasn't paying enough attention to when he was moving out. I was feeling the pressure. I was about to harass across the map when I was trying to take the second main, and my units were all out of position, and I ended up taking a really bad engage there versus his 200 army. Like, I think I was doing okay macro wise. My engagement was really bad.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Your macro seemed fine. It was just the overall unit control and positioning that was a factor.
Were you worried that you were going to lose the series to him Like, obviously, games 2 and 3 were really close. So was there like a, this is where it ends. This is it. I've lost to Artos' moment before you brought it back, or like?
Well, I mean, I have lost to Artosis on ladder before, so it's not like it'll be a first time or anything. He's gotten like pretty good. Like historically, I've almost always beaten Artosis like every single time we play. But I feel like now that with me trying to change my style and him, like I think he's gotten better. We have closer games now,
Yeah.
so
Nice.
it was actually
It,
somewhat challenging this time.
everyone loved the series, by the way. It was such a good series.
Okay, well, I'm glad
Like,
somebody enjoyed it.
this is fair. Um, so let me pull up the group here. I want to double check something.
So while you're doing that, so Dragon, you're a bit of a niche Protoss player because usually Protoss players have a much harder time in PvZ than PvT, but you're like a role reversal of that. You're basically a PvZ specialist. I've always thought that's because back in the day you did a lot of off racing with some of your Protoss students like Beast and that. You did a lot of ZVP practice. Do you feel like that gives you a deeper insight into that matchup in particular? What could you narrow down why you have much more success in PvZ?
Well, it's mainly that I used to play Zerg as part of my main race. Like I played ZVP instead of the mirror matchup PvP. So I learned from both sides of the matchup, kind of how things work.
Yeah.
Good old
And
race
I
picking.
ended up having a lot of experience playing both sides. And actually, like back in the day, I feel like there weren't a lot of good Terran players to play against.
Right.
So I rarely played PvT. I was still okay at it, I guess. Just like playing Arbiter style or Carrier or whatever.
Yeah. So, my other question is, how did you feel against your game against JD Conan, the best of one? Do you have any thoughts on that? Like, obviously, you know, if you lose to the guy who makes it out first, it's not nearly as sad. But like, any thoughts on your game
Well,
against JD?
um, he's like a really strong player. And actually, I felt like I should be 50-50 with him. And historically, I traded games with him. But lately, like just like a week, I played him in BSL and he
Yeah.
beat me. And then today, he beat me again. And it's just some things I need to work on my game. He's pretty solid.
Well, he said in his interview, go on.
Sorry, I tried double Stargate versus him twice actually, today and also in BSL, and neither time it worked out at all. So obviously, I need to do some work on that strategy. Because I don't normally play double Stargate at all, but I feel like because he loves opening meters so much, then that might have worked. But
Yeah.
he had it covered pretty hard.
Yeah. I think that's one of the traps of Protoss players. It can be so tempting to go for double Stargate, but even the pro gamers seem to have a really hard time making it work.
Build.
Yeah, I think there's multiple styles of meta opens, and some of them are better against what I did. And obviously, I think knowing that I did it last week, he's gonna pick something that would not get blind countered by it this week. So maybe I should mix up my build a little bit better there.
Yeah, well, he said
in general,
go on.
Sorry, in general, I wasn't very confident against him. So I kind of tried to do like something cheesy.
Yeah.
But I really should have just played normal because my standard game is stronger than my cheese game.
I would say so, yeah. Your macro Protoss is pretty strong overall. Going on.
I was gonna say, it's funny because he actually said the same thing about you, Dragon, in his interview.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, he was like, yeah, you know, I lost to Dragon and Artosis. I don't know how I feel about this. This isn't gonna be good, basically.
But you'd say he improved a lot and worked on some things, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
He's actually getting pretty good about ZVP.
Yeah, I would say that that's probably his best matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, by far.
So, question: who are you is there anyone you want to run into in the round of 8, or anyone you want to avoid? Is there anything you're looking forward to in the bracket now that you're through?
Could you remind me who's in the round of 8?
Yeah, of course. We got Bonathan DeWalt. We got Zero and Kame. we have you and JD Conan. And then Group C is Striker, Zeke, Tarson, and Old Boy. So probably Striker and Zeke.
Zero or Kame. I think anyone from that group would be great.
Yeah, probably.
I feel like
yeah.
that's gotta be the weakest group. Is it, by the way, the format for round of 8, are you just random drawing or is it seeded?
It'll be drawing without avoiding people. Like, you won't play JD Conan in the first round of round of 8.
That makes sense. Kind of like how ASL does it.
Yeah, so it'll be drawn, but like totally avoiding the whoopsies. Like, oh, I just played that person.
Yeah.
So that should be fun for everyone. Zun, you got anything else? I've got no more questions.
No, that's good from me, man. Congratulations on your group today. You played pretty solid, and you gave, honestly, a really good series against Artosis. A lot of people enjoyed that game. Maybe you didn't feel super happy about it, but a lot of people enjoyed watching it, and I wish you luck in the rest of the tournament, man.
Thank you. Glad to entertain.
Yes, you have a great day.
Take it easy, Jordan.
All right, guys, that's all we got. Thank you all for hanging out. It was an incredible day of StarCraft, honestly. Great series after great series.
Yeah.
Whew. I need lunch. Need lunch and a nap after that. I'm beat.
Yeah, go get some much needed calories. We've had a great games of StarCraft today. This is a really fun group to cast with you on. I hope to join you again soon next weekend.
And
keep going on with
more
great groups.
Next week I think is the monthly. I don't think we have any groups next week.
Okay.
It's all on our website, platinumesports.com/calendar. Because I actually updated that instead of my brain, which is why I updated that. Yeah, next week.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Yeah, so it is the 22nd, 23rd. Yeah, next week is CSLs and the monthly on the 30th.
Yes, I'll be joining you on the 6th of December. I'll next be casting with you.
Yep, the 6th of December is when we start the round of 8. So that gives players some time to actually sit down and learn their opponents.
Nice. I think I'm doing back-to-back casts with you as well. I'm doing both weekend days as well. So yeah, we'll get to really get stuck in with it. Yeah, man. We'll have a blast of that round of 8, I'm sure. Yes. I think Arzy's doing the set 4, but I'm doing sets 1 through 3 with you.
Oh man, you're gonna be crushing it. Let's go.
I'm looking forward to it, man. Let's get it.
All right. Well, guys, you heard it here first. You got to come back next time for more StarCraft, guys. Just so y'all know, tonight we have CSL, our community StarCraft, for our StarCraft 2 community. Next week is CSL Brood War and our IPSL monthly. So we have plenty more esports going on, guys. We also have our Tekken tournament next Friday, which is like the day after Thanksgiving. So that's going to be fun as a North America region lock tournament. So guys, make sure you come back. We got a lot going on. And if nothing else, we got a lot more IPSL to go.
Absolutely. And just in case you guys don't know, I do commentary with Saiyan KCM. If you go to YouTube, Saiyan KCM, you can see our race. There's a Korean tournament that's basically a race war format. It's pretty fun. Go check that out. I also do the ASL, SCSL casts with him as well. Look forward to bringing you more BSL casts. I'll be there tomorrow. Do some more Artosis games. Don't miss it. Come tune in. And yeah, thanks so much for supporting the IPSL and the StarCraft scene in general. Much love, guys.
All right. See you all next time. I don't have a better exit, but I really didn't know what to do. So, all right. See you all next time. Peace.